All right.
There it is.
And Rose, would you like to lead us?
Yeah, we're all set. We'll hand it over to Rose to give us our tour.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming. We truly appreciate it. I know not everybody has a chance to visit the historic park because you all are so busy. So we really appreciate you taking the time to join us. We have something very exciting to share with you today. This is our first big major gallery remodel in probably close to almost a decade, based on some of the things we've been thinking about. And so I brought myself and then I brought Blair with me as well. Blair does all of our exhibit design. So he is the one that does all the CAD drawings. He's the one that tells me that I cannot have that big of a sign right there, but it could be over here. So I wanted to make sure that one, I got to thank him for his work, but he also got to share some of his skill set and the behind the scenes work of how it all came together. So when we go to talk about picking out exhibit content, especially for those of you, some of you have been here in the town for a really, really long time. The town's history is really in depth and there's some really great stories that have kind of always been told. One of those is that we had a woman as mayor in the early 1900s. And as we started digging into that story, we found out we had two versions. There was one version that said 1913 with one woman, and then there was another version that said in the mid-1910s with two women. And we said, well, that's really interesting. We need to probably go back to our sources. And that's really fun because we have this wonderful vault at Town Hall with all these wonderful books that are filled with all the historic things I can possibly want. So we actually went right back to the original source and we looked at the town meeting minutes from those years. And we started in about 1910 and just worked our way down. There's a lot of paper. We learned a lot of really cool things that we will be sharing in further exhibits down the road. But what we ultimately found was that in 1911, the town's mining industry collapsed. And the town council, your predecessors, stopped meeting. They just didn't. They didn't show up.
We have that option.
No. Your predecessor should not be your standard. And ultimately, and we won't reveal all of the surprises because the exhibit does touch on this, but it's a really significant moment because this is not the first time this happened in Frisco's history. We still need to do the rest of the research, but it looks like there was at least one other time where the town council and the town as a whole kind of fell off for a couple years. And it looks like it's always connected with the collapse of the mining industry. And when you're thinking about your whole town functions on mining, logging, ranching, the railroads, if one of those falls out, the rest of it becomes incredibly difficult to keep going. So what we ended up finding out was that it was one woman as mayor, Florence Hooter. We unfortunately do not have a photo of Florence. If I did, I'd be showing it to you all right here. But unfortunately, Florence died very quickly after her time as mayor. And I feel like there's a joke there. It's my joke. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
So it will require a little bit more digging to see if perhaps there's a school photo from when she was a child, and doing a little bit more of that legwork there. So when you go into the exhibit, you will see there is one of the women that did not have a photo. So what we think happened was that in 1913, everything started to collapse. What we think happened is the town had just this feeling of anxiety. And you can see that in the newspapers when they're reporting all of these things at the start of World War II, World War I. I know my history, I have a degree, I promise. And you see how everything is kind of changing and churning. And what we really think happened was these women kind of sat there and said, this is silly. Okay, we've got to do something because the town hall is in shambles. And the town hall is also where they had their social functions. So you had your dances there. Sometimes your weddings, your funerals, all happened in that building. So it wasn't functioning. And as a community, they said, this seems silly, we can do better. And they did. Now, unfortunately, Frisco does not have the voting records from that era, meaning I don't have a ballot that shows me who all was running against each other. So I have no idea. What I do know is that in the meeting minutes, it says precisely that these women appeared with their ballot, with their little qualification letter that says they were elected. and they all showed up with it. So they were elected. There was an election that elected all of these women, and they were all women. One of the stories we had heard was that it was all women, but one token male. Not necessarily true. Depends on what you mean by token. So back in the early 1900s, your secretary, your treasurer positions, your clerk were all appointed. They were not necessarily, they were employees, but they were appointed by the council. So it did change with every election. So they did appoint 2 men to serve as clerk and recorder and as treasurer. But that was it. It was just women. And they actually completely accomplished what they set out to do. And that next election a year later, many of them retained their seats because they had, some were 1 year, some were 2 year, and then 2 of them were reelected. But after that, you do not see quite as much of a presence on the town council, but there are times when there is. And it just really depends on the economic factors. It depends on what else is happening in the town, but those women set the standard. And so from then on out, you always had 1, maybe 2, maybe more on town council in some form or fashion. So it was a really beautiful story for us to tell. We got very excited. And we also got to deep dive into these women's lives. And we got to know who were their children, who was their spouses, what clubs did they belong to, what were they actually doing outside of their, town council duties. And some of them were very active in the community. And some of them were active as, mothers and caretakers, and some of them were active as Red Cross, chairs, things like that. Everybody had a role, and I think it really helped them step into that government type of role with ease, because they already knew. They knew how to run a household. They knew how to manage a budget. They knew how to run, a Red Cross meeting. They knew how to maybe work with different personalities, maybe sometimes from their own children. So it really equipped them to do this. And so we talk about all this in the exhibit as well. But I wanted to give you all, before I let you go explore the exhibit, wanted to give you all at least a background of how we got here. Blair, do you want to explain a little bit about the logistics, or do you want to show them the logistics?
I think it's hot in there, so I'll try and do it quickly down here. That way we can just enjoy our time up there. Yeah, so like Rose said, my name's Blair. Nice to meet some of you that I haven't met before. Yeah, I do our education and exhibition here, which means I get to find new ways to tell stories and play with power tools are the 2 big points. So with this one of the big things that I really like to do in a lot of my exhibits and all the museums I have worked in is interactive. Get people the whole immersive interactive idea of it. So this one, we had a few different elements that we wanted to play with in that one. And yeah, it's really just transporting them into it. So some of the stuff that we did in this one, we remade a voting booth. And the voting booth not only served as an interactive where people can cast a vote on it in a similar style that they would have back in the day with a simple check ballot into a transparent box, but it also gives a visual break as you're going through the room. So I also did the graphic design for it. You'll look at the colors up there, went real Tammany Hall with it, old school politics, stars and stripes style. So, but at the same time, we had to get some boring colors, not just red, white, and blue. We had to get some taupes and some more drab colors in there, just because it was a depression at the same time. So trying to balance those 2 with the graphic design layout, also an even flow of the room. You'll notice it's very open. There used to be large cases in the middle, so now it's a nice walk around. You can bing, bang, zigzag all throughout it. There's nothing obstructing your way. The voting booth serves as a visual break, so you're not just reading flat panels. And then another big thing that I really wanted to do in that exhibit was we had been talking about making it seem more like artifacts are on display rather than in storage. And a very easy way to do that is things get cluttered so quickly. We have a lot of really cool stuff, and we have such a generous community that loves to donate us their family's items. And we want to show them all, but it's just finding the way to do that. How to best organize the room where we can have the most amount of artifacts on display, but it doesn't look like they're thrown there. It still serves intention. So that's kind of a quick crash course on how to do that. Later, if we have time, I can, on the computer, we do the whole thing, 3D model, build out the whole building. From that is how I could determine what size I had to build the cases for, what size we'll have to do the signs at, and it all kind of fits together. But yeah, that's my side of it, the design world. So yeah.
What do you think? You want to go look at a pretty thing?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, in order for the.
And we're going to mute for just a moment while we walk.
So down here looks fairly similar to how it used to. We shuffled a little bit around. Mainly we took down the large sign that was here, cut off half of it that no longer was accurate with some new research, and used Annie Root's life over in that corner and moved the dress up downstairs because the children love the dress up, the adults love the dress up. It's a great way to get people touching things, interactive. So we didn't want to get rid of it, but it no longer served the same purpose upstairs. So we brought that one down here.
So before this was all museum.
Yes.
This was Mary Morley's clay studio in this building. And I had the woodworking shop out of the Bailey House in the back. And then it ended up becoming all museum.
So this bottom portion here, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. We will be, this is phase 2. So we will be looking at how to better interpret the space and the objects we have down here in a couple of years. Just so for some context, it took about 2 years for the second floor between all of the researching and then the writing and the designing. It does take a while, but one of our biggest concerns when we start to redo exhibits is thinking about what objects are on display, like Blair had said. So upstairs, if you remember back in the day, there used to be these really beautiful fur coats. Well, unfortunately, you can tell how hot it is just on this floor. It's hotter upstairs, and fur coats cannot be kept at that temperature. They're going to degrade very quickly. So one of our roles is not only a museum for people to come and visit, but it is also an archive and collection, which means we are stewards of the pieces that people donate to us. So in thinking about that and thinking about what is going to work best, how can we interpret the story the best way? And what are people really going to find engaging? What are they going to go and, ooh, I have that, or my grandma has that, or I've never seen that before. Oh my gosh. So we're going to be thinking about this downstairs space in a very similar way to what you see here. Some of these things can't really move. We don't have, space to put a weaving loom anywhere else. But perhaps is there a way for me to make an interactive weaving loom where this is next to it, nicely partitioned off, but then there's something someone can interact with next to it. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see if I get to build a weaving loom.
And then as Rose was saying, some things just can't move. So upstairs, we had a large couch and a chair next to it. We don't have storage space for the couch or the chair. So we had to keep part of it, but we wanted to remove, in most of it, it was split in half, period setting, and then cases. So we pushed the fence back, kept the couch, and had to think, well, how can we tie this couch into the story we're trying to tell? A meeting room. A lot of the time, these meetings were held in private residences, saloons, areas like that, hotels. So we turned it into a suffragette meeting room and trying to find ways to work around the things that we know have to remain there, but how can we tie it into the story? So there are a few things you'll see up there where we just kind of pushed the fence back, gave more open space, and then dressed up around it.
Awesome. All right, come on. And yes, it does smell like Febreze because we just cleaned it.
You can still see both.
Or our archives, we have the upstairs of the schoolhouse. And then west side and upstairs of the. So we had the stuff down there. We'll all be up here at the same time.
We have not had an engineer to listen.
Okay.
So like what I mentioned, this is our interactive. We designed it as a voting booth from that era where you wanted to have the curtain be a certain length. You wanted the dimensions to be a certain length, and then you wanted the contents in it to be exactly to specifications. All of these things were determined by the government, by the national federal government. So we actually have some books that have a little layout in the back of it that shows how a voting room would have been set up. A little ambitious for our efforts today. But don't worry, we do not allow anyone to enter and close the curtain. You can't do that. Your vote must be made public.
We got to deal with that one to kind of break people into the mindset with all the old political parties. Or inside, you know, there's a communal setting. people to-
Juries before women are tried. I like that you can.
Ballot boxes. We have one of the older ones there. Yeah. My favorite is General. Wait for Grace to get back. Like you said, maybe start thinking about.
So before we get too far into our own conversations, because we do have to record this meeting.
Attention.
Thank you. I was about to whistle. It probably wasn't appropriate. So Blair briefly mentioned it, but I really want to highlight it. Everything in here, from the railing to the display cases were all custom made. And that was specific because one, it allows us to make sure we have a quality control. It also is easy to take out if we need to take it out. We know exactly how it went in, but it also allows us to compensate for the floor. If you all jump this way, jump this way, the floor is not even. It was originally created as a barn. The floor is never going to be even in a house this old. So we ended up doing a lot of math and then a lot of, okay, bring it out. Okay, we need a little bit more on this side. Okay, put it back, bring it out, put it back. But everything you see in here in terms of casing, displays, everything was custom made by Blair and the team. So it is one of the benefits we have to having such a small team, but having such a generous budget. So again, thank you. It allows us to do some really cool things like this. So please look through the panels. Please let us know if you have questions. Like we said, we know it's hot up here. We don't expect you to spend a ton of time. But if you have a chance to please come back with your families, we'd love to have you. And we'll give you a full tour of the whole place.
Thanks, nice work.
Circa 1910. Okay, so that was sometime towards the push-up. Yeah, some of these. That one is women Europe. And I'm a really big advocate for the in-house design of it all. Because if you hire out to a company, then you're giving them an ambassadorship and everything based on part of your museum. So we try and do it all ourselves. So I may have enough time. The greatest women's suffrage in France. Probably 2012, the all boys school. Went over with interviewing the all girls schools. Said, how do you feel about women's suffrage? Are you with us as we oppose women's suffrage? Like, yes. They all the girls just totally misinterpreted the word.
Oh, really?
They were saying, I gotta think of what was the greatest.
Yeah.
That's one of the greatest controversies in Catholic school history. It's in Delaware. Okay. Suffrage.
Rose, how big was the council at that time?
Same amount. Yep, same amount.
Interesting.
So at that point, everyone had 1 year or 2 year terms. And so it was very interesting to see elections being held every year. So it's odd, but it's one of those, I'm not, we still have plenty of research to do on exactly what happens and how it happens.
Exactly. Yes, maybe this is one of the hands-on, and also there's an old brochure over there, there's a hands-on that people can flip through, so. Yeah, that's we're trying to get this ahead. And I love this one because, like I said earlier, it's something new to look at and kind of re-engage with you as you're reading through all of these at the same 45 degrees. Yeah. Thank you. Space, which is a challenge. Yeah, so then that little ballot dock I designed in 3D printed that so we can fit our sleeves in there. We can go over that as well. Right. I've 3D printed it, yeah.
Women's serve as a level. No, part of that is because.
Stand in the way.
which then helps translate into them being able to be election. I don't have a solid reason of why. That's just.
Don't look for like.
So one of the things we didn't get to really cover in the exhibit is.
I agree.
Steve, one woman served as secretary. In 1901, for about the last few months. So it was one of those, you guys are looking through all of a sudden.
This is just reinvented. I just found the whole area. Yep, schedule. Before I even had the first, I can run how many board feet I need. Exactly, nobody's done the extra lumber, especially with prices currently. So, yeah. Absolutely.
In.
Fun designs.
It was get ready, guys.
And on this new model, we didn't have to run any wires to the track. Whereas in this one, I plug in the same light mains I'm gonna purchase the only MasterCard catalogs in there. Just like plug in the same lights. Those wires need to run. Electricity is They just did a lot of crazy stuff on the new one.
That's cool. I immediately.
Oh, yeah.
So we
This
just
is
had to
definitely,
I didn't want to make that.
Yep, exactly.
Please don't mind in the way.
So, yeah, I probably will until our next big one. You know, whenever there's something more than one case, we like to get it on SketchUp.
Cool. It's gonna make like the window comfortable, so it can breathe a little bit, right?
You know, there is a tendency in my house to paint the windows shut, and I don't know why. But I would like to have a conversation with the person that starts.
Right, well, probably our value is probably the painted shut, because otherwise the wind's blowing through, you know?
And that cold wind is worth it for the.
Well, so one of the interesting things about this building is that it was partially burned by an arson fire in 2011. And so these like weirdly colored logs you see were actually blasted, all the burn marks were blasted. And so these little like shaped panels used to be skylights. When they had, I think there was a jewelry maker up here. There was some stained glass or something. There was someone up here that had, yeah.
It was, I think it was pretty much just clay.
Just clay.
Downstairs.
Okay.
And she had, you know, I think she rented this out separately, but, you know, I think she probably used it. At that time herself for office, but still.
Yes, they removed the skylights. Not historically accurate in any capacity, but very difficult to maintain. You have to keep sealing them and resealing them and resealing them.
But they're great.
So ultimately, they did remove those, I believe, before the arson fire or right after. I don't have an accurate number on that one.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. It's like, why do you think it ditched the cardigan? Oh my gosh.
I'm starting to, you know.
Me too.
No.
Please stand by as council makes their way back to chambers.
Then we'll move on to agenda item number. Agenda item number 2, and that is the strategic plan update, review, and discussion.
All right, thank you, Mayor. As we go through this today, considering that it's on your consent agenda, adopt a resolution to strategic plan. Diane's going to take notes on any edits, wordsmithing, anything, changes that you want to make. So you still have consent agenda, and even though this is very important, so that you don't have to hear from me again on this. So we'll definitely talk strategic plan during the budget, but maybe not as specifically as. So as the manager, there are 4 main things that I'm responsible for. I'm here to make sure that we have the right number of staff to do what the town needs to do. To make sure that we're properly budgeted for what the council is planning on doing. I help and do some decision making at the so that we're doing things at the right time. And I'm also responsible for ensuring that the town through the council is looking into the future to make sure that we're doing the things that would advance the town's interests. And that's what we're talking about today. You can scroll to the next slide. So besides the annual budget, the strategic plan is probably the most visible guiding document or set of things that the council produces in order to tell the organization, tell the community what the town is about, what the council wants it to look like and act like in the future. Really to provide that future vision of that then guides how we act on a daily basis, yearly basis to get to that vision. We do it, the fairly traditional strategic planning cycle is to plan for 3 to 5 years out so that we're constantly thinking about what factors have come about while we're working to affect that next future vision. You last did your strategic planning 2 or 3 years ago, really pre-COVID. Since that time, there's been new elected officials, new manager, a lot of new staff. So that's a lot of the reason why we redo these on an ongoing basis. So we're constantly looking at these new ideas, new visions, new people that come in and how they can affect where the town is going to go. Next slide, please. So we're at the point after the council and management have been discussing this for the past 6 months, where we're ready to look at a final draft of a strategic plan. And that's what we're presenting today. We've attempted to put this into an order and a format that's easy to walk through by anyone that's looking at it, somebody that's applying to be part of our staff, somebody that's looking to be elected onto the council in the future, wants to be appointed to the planning commission, or is just going to participate in town government. So we're going to talk about each of these things. Out of your community plan, it's the first time that I saw a statement of commitment to the public, and I thought it was a really good idea. So we've kind of copied that from the community plan and placed it into our strategic plan. That will be followed by the vision statement, which is the aspirational future statement. The mission, which gets at how do we act on a daily, monthly, yearly basis in order to get to that vision. The council and staff have looked at some guiding values that we look to as kind of a filter as we go about our work to make sure we're all aligned. And then we get into the meat of it, which is looking at all of those things, looking at that future vision, what strategic objectives, if we meet those and get to those and meet those goals, will help the community reach the vision. Below that, we're going to talk about things that we've done in 2023 that support the strategic objectives that the council is putting forward. And then we're going to look at the future 24 and beyond, really 24 to 26. A sample of things that we're going to work on that will help us reach the vision. Next slide, please. We did get it to punch forward. You're great. All right, so the public service commitment to the town of Frisco. Like I said, this is not something that I've seen in a strategic plan before, but I really liked it from the community plan. It really, if someone is coming in looking to join the organization, this is a great statement to say, this is how we conduct business. For instance, leadership. It's not just about leading people and leading this organization. The example could be pointing to your agenda today, where you're talking about plastic bottles. We're not going to necessarily wait for these issues to come about and the rest of the communities to do it. We're going to be out there in front with other communities that want to be out. Choose. Civility. This is a big one these days, where we see a lot of local governments, school boards, different examples, federal government, that one, where the interaction between people is not always nice and kind. And, we can disagree about issues, but do it in a way that we're not uncivil to each other. Efficiency, a lot of different ways to go about this. It's efficiency of time, other resources, people, money as well. It speaks to a lot of issues. Transparency. We want our local government to be open to everybody. Unless there's very specific things that we're talking about in executive sessions, the rest of our interaction is open, and especially decision making is open as per state law, but also because it's the right thing to do. Accountability. Ultimately, you as elected officials are accountable to those that voted for you and those that vote, not just those who voted for you. And to the general community, and then myself and the staff are accountable to you. So we're all accountable to something. Fiscal responsibility. We're required to balance budgets, but it also talks to when we do have a budget that we're going to follow it and make sure that we stay within that. If at any time there's anything that you want to be critical of or change, just step in. We can flow around it. So the vision, I'm going to read it out loud just so that it's on the record, besides what's on the slide. A close-knit, welcoming, and forward-looking community that values its unique sense of place, seeks balance with its environment, keeps pace with its infrastructure needs, enhances its healthy lifestyle, and acknowledges its history.
That took a lot to get there.
I was like, oh, he captured everything we said. Somehow we figured it out. Good job.
So if that,
I was gonna say, remember when the concerts in the park looked like that?
they've been very busy. But every councilman, I think every, I missed. I don't know all the rest of them. It's rained around every one of them except I think that's it.
Pretty nice lot for their notification.
All right, so if there's nothing to be critical on there, let's move on to the slide. The mission, I'm going to do the same thing, read it out loud so it's on the record. To maintain and enhance our welcoming mountain town with the involvement of our community members in a way that respects our unique character, that sustains our natural environment, that is economically resilient, and that improves our quality of life.
I'd just like to say, like Lisa and Elizabeth are, we were part of this before, but you guys weren't. And so, I think if anybody has anything to say, we should hear from you guys.
Oh, I like that a lot. That sounds great.
And that photo is almost exactly the town logo.
There we go. All right, let's move on to the next one, the values. This is one that is important to me because it's something that I can use in management to talk to employees about. And talk about who we are. We've debated back and forth in the kind of the editing exercise of this, whether it should be civil or civility or have a definition with it. And the last time we talked about it, you settled on the way it looks today. So no definition. And I like that in a way because I took a few notes on that. I won't go through all of them, but like for instance, sustainable. Most people will look at environmental sustainability as that's what sustainable means here. But it gets at everything. It gets at our budget. It gets at our finances, business activity, infrastructure. All of those things need to be sustained in a way for the future. And that allows me to talk to the staff about that in many different ways instead of just talking to Hillary about sustained as an example. Safe is another one like that. I would immediately go to public safety, police department, code enforcement, building department, those types of things. But it also talks about the citizen's view of living in a safe place, or for our organization working in a safe environment. So there's a lot of different ways to interpret these values, and I think that's a good thing. Any comments on the values? So now we'll get into the strategic objectives, and your past strategic plan had 5 strategic objectives. You cut it down to 4. And I'll get to it in a second of why I think 4 is the right number here and why and where we've changed. But progress driven quality core services, quality core services is its own thing. And we talk about those basic functions of government. The progress driven part I really liked because it means that we're constantly looking at moving forward. We're not just doing the same old thing the same old way that we've always done it. But this one is where we've placed our environmental stewardship, and the way that I'm interpreting that is that a lot of organizations have put environmental sustainability or climate action, waste diversion, improving the built environment, electrification, reduction of plastics as a current topic. They've kind of layered that as a new goal for their community. This community has been working on it a long time. The county-wide community has been working on it a long time. It is now a core service of local government here. And I think by acknowledging it as part of that, it just becomes something that we're always going to do. I think everybody has to watch that and make sure that we continue to do that. But that's the way we're projecting it, the strategic plan. So, you know, in my mind, this goes to, you know, environmental stewardship, reducing the effects of climate change are now on the same par with providing water, bridges, public safety, facilities, elections, finance, budget, billings, archiving of records, communication, staffing. It's just what we do every day. Now, the progress-driven quality part is saying that we've got to do it well in order to meet this goal. Is there anything in any of those bullets that anybody wants to discuss or key in on?
I'm sorry. There's an extra space between.
Innovative and core. And there's a period after balance. And there isn't balance.
We could do this all night.
Reading for the wrong things.
We're gonna get it right.
It's all there.
Maintaining appropriate mandated. Oh, yeah, so bullet point number 4.
Like what you said about the environment. I just want to reiterate, nothing has to be changed, but just the balance. You know, if we had twice as much staff, we could do twice as much. So we don't. There's 100 things we could do on the environmental side that need to be balanced against other competing priorities. So it's not blind driven towards environmentalism, it's including environmentalism in the conversation of all topics. Because I hope kind of where we're at. I just don't want it to take a priority higher than intended. It's a balanced priority.
Well, when I listed all of those core services, I think it is balanced within those. It's just looking at it in a way that we have.
Like the pillars are not necessarily in order.
No, no, certainly not.
Right, and there's the environmentalism, maybe a topic along the night, but environmentalism is a factor in decision making. It's not the driver of the decision. Because it is often in direct conflict with balancing the budget.
But sustainability overall as the 3 pillars, it's environmental, economic, and social. And each of them should be equal essentially. And so it all works within there. It should, again, as you said, it doesn't only point at environmental sustainability.
Right. And I'm using as much, pulling the reins back on myself to define every word. You know,
Because he's already got a page for that.
I've already seen them. I assume you've seen them.
Anything else in that strategic objective? All right. Next slide, please. So supporting a thriving economy. You know, certainly the town government and is supported by the taxes that come from a thriving economy. We're in such a lucky position to be in a well-visited visitor economy that helps us have things like the Frisco Adventure Park and the marina, and being able to make walkability improvements to our town, things like that. Really to provide that support to our business community where we can. We're doing a lot of that. So, you know, I think it's important that we've continued to keep this as a strategic objective, so we don't lose sight of where the town can invest in its own infrastructure, in its own things that supports that thriving economy. And also probably from a decision-making standpoint, that we're doing things that doesn't thwart the thriving economy. So, you know, we've been spending a lot of time and energy and effort and resources on increasing workforce housing. And we specifically said increase workforce housing to appropriate levels, because we don't know what appropriate is at this point. That's a goal that you put in front of the staff and the council as a whole to look at that issue. And we're going to get into that second half of this year to help define that. I also am highlighting in my own notes. You know, I've heard a lot of comments, both from the public, from businesses, from the council members themselves, feedback that you get from the community around our regulation. And that's mostly around land use issues, building issues. And I think we all know that, you know, the building department, and as an example, they have a mission. I mean, they're supposed to keep us safe as things are built or remodeled. So we're always balancing that, not always well, but we're always balancing that with promoting a customer service environment and making sure that we're not slowing down the business or our economics by over regulating. Not saying we're doing it right, but having this in there means that we're going to work on trying to make that better. And then in the last bullet, we've done, the council has done some active things especially around programs and events to balance that with town values. I think the pursuit of fireworks, Independence Day weekends, or the decision around the barbecue, those are things that this council has made decisions about based on balancing it with the town's values. Any other comments about any of those bullets?
I just raised what I didn't, sometimes I feel like I'm more scared. I'm more scared of climate change than anybody, and everything and anything we do on that topic. But then you start with a sustainable economy, and my first question when I read that is, are you talking about an economy that will continue to thrive, or an economy that is green? I don't know what a sustainable economy means, but in that context, so.
Both.
How do you view it?
That's, I mean, that's how I would like it to be interpreted, as both. Yeah, because both of those things are important to us.
I mean, that's like what I have been, one of the things that I keep thinking about with recent news is I hope we're lucky enough to have a wildfire mitigation grant coming, that we all don't lose our house insurance because they say we can't protect you because of where you live, which is happening in other parts of the state and other parts of the country, and that's a sustainable environment. And it's happening with my insurance this week. Right, so like, yeah, so that's, to me, that is a sustainable economy, is that one, businesses can keep making money, growing, doing what they do, but that we're not doing other things that put that economy at risk, that are environmental impacts. So to me, they're so intertwined that they're not really separate.
I think it's great.
That's how
I bring it up because our job is to direct you guys, and if half of your staff is thinking this is wow, council's all green, and the other half is saying, wow, council's all economy.
Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's the staff that thinks that.
It's just creating clarity.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out, like, I just don't like the environment being in that second last bullet point, just because of that. Like, I think using it in that first pillar and then coming to here, it's just that I can't think of a better word. And then,
It's not pointing to outdoor environment.
regulation.
Regulatory instead of regulation.
Yeah, probably, but you could probably just take the word environmental, having,
Regulation that's
Just having regulations.
Yeah,
that protect.
I think for the same reason that just seemed like a weird place for that word in context of the rest of the document.
you could say, you could say regular rules.
Yeah. that'd be good.
Diane, while you're on that bullet, there should be a comma after safety.
I like the
Because you're doing the Oxford comma everywhere else.
Safety, health, comma, safety, comma. wellness.
There's a song about that.
I'm sorry.
Because well, here, so.
You either do or you don't. but you don't.
Okay, shoots and leaves.
Yeah, that's a good point. This thing, just the word sustainability, you know, is up for debate in many different areas, right? And tell me if I'm wrong here, but like, we're debating it here, so anybody who's reading it will end up reading it however they view it. And take it that way. Good job. That's.
Yeah, it is. I'm.
I think these things spark conversation too. I think that has value.
I think the word sustainable, we need to find a better way to express that, or a new way, because it's. I just feel like the meaning's like draining out the bottom as time moves on through society. And for some people, it means always this, and like the way we're talking about it means kind of a collection of thoughts or ideas. I don't know, I was just joking.
I think it works because if you just get rid of it and just create a thriving economy, we could do that. We could make regulations so we could have every house be worth $5 million. But that's not sustainable.
Right.
So we can do a lot of things that would make our economy probably far more thriving, but they would not be sustainable.
Right.
And you could pick and choose what those actions might be it economic, policy, environmental.
Sure.
And you get to argue with staff over it. So
That's right. All right, next slide. Enhancing community inclusivity. You know, what it comes down to is all are welcome to participate and feel welcome to participate in our community, in our government, run for office, apply for a job, be on the staff, all of those different things. There should not be barriers. Now, I realize that's very aspirational because there's a lot of things that exist probably within this town government, probably within the town, county, the state that could prevent some of those things from happening. But we can be working on that. Ways that we go about working on that. You know, some of it gets to just how we hire people. You know, we can work on wording our job descriptions, job titles, how we advertise for jobs differently with inclusivity. That's just an example. When people get hired and how we interact with each other in the staff, we can have inclusivity in mind. But the bigger example that is something that this town has been working heavily on is the variety of housing types that we have. You know, you talk about it from the standpoint of maintaining community or looking at it from a workforce perspective and realizing that all economic levels are not able to necessarily be able to find housing for themselves. So you know, I think the last piece of that is that we have a lot of advocacy groups within our county that we can draw upon to help us with these things. But we can also support them in their missions so that they're able to achieve their goals. This is probably the one strategic goal that we have not defined as well as others, I would say, and we probably need to work on it.
And this is where I'm gonna lean on Liz, because you have a master's degree in this. And are we missing it? Does this drive you crazy? Does this make you think like, we're full of crap?
I mean, I think when I first read it, I was like, yeah, it should already be that way. Why do we have to write it out? You know what I mean? But I think for the sake of strategic objectives overall, it's helpful, because in a way, like, these might be things that people don't think about. But for me, like, philosophically or whatever, I'm like, this is how the world should be, But we all know that things aren't, So does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm sorry, I think that's the same thing as like the sustainability. If
100%.
somebody's applying for a job from somewhere else, it's good for them to see that this is one of
Right.
our priorities, right? Because it's not everywhere. When I go to North Carolina tomorrow and I say the word sustainability, my brother's not gonna for any idea what I'm talking about. So.
Right.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
that's a good point. It's good to look at all of this stuff as if you're outside of it.
Right, right.
And trying to look in and see, like, what's this town doing? You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Right.
AA out here and ask about retirees in this time. Like, it's all work and live, but is there a space here for calling out our senior community?
And children in there too.
I was looking at the work live not as combined, but like working here,
Okay,
people who work here, but
And
also
live
people
here.
who
Yeah,
just live
okay.
here, but that might not be how it's interpreted. I don't know.
Or
That's
just
what I
take
saw.
work, live out and just have year-round occupancy.
To support our year-round occupants.
Yeah, because we're building like a variety of types of homes, right? They're not all, so it could just be to support year-round occupancy, meaning whoever lives here year-round, whether it's retirees or kids. I mean, when you think about housing types, you need housing that would support a family, but then you also need like housing that would support a retired person.
I think it's right. I think it's necessary to have it here. And the way I look at it is, well, facts are facts. This is the one we've had the least amount of education and thoughtful conversation about, right? As this group. But from my perspective, when I look at this, I see that in holding myself accountable to what this document says. It does let other people coming into or looking at the organization know where we stand. And then it also, it's going to come down to, it's going to help us spend money on it, right? If you don't have a goal written down, funding it, we're evolving as an organization beyond that, right? When I started on council, it was not that way, right? We've evolved into this, and I take the practices from here and my others' experiences and I'm bringing it to my new place that I'm at, and it's been very appreciative and very thoughtful. So I think it's good to have, if we support it and we're going to spend money on it, we should write it down.
I think back to what you said just a minute ago too, Liz. I think we see work live and we say think deed restriction. But if you're not living that like we are, reading it, going through all the housing side, and you just read this from the outsider's perspective. Work live probably has a completely different meaning than we're so focused on seeing. And I think, I went through the past 2 years at my job, like we've gone all in this, and we're still nowhere further than where we started really with just a little more understanding. I don't think anybody is that I've come across. I think there's great momentum in the inclusivity kind of progress, but it's really stalled because it's gotten so hard to figure out what that means and how to do it, other than just continue to talk about it and be open to what you have, what you want to achieve. And I think that, I don't know what more we can put in there that would support this other than that. I think it actually is pretty detailed for what we're looking to do.
I think like the bottom line, working with local groups that share our values to achieve our collective goals, that's great. But I guess if you want to this is just one example and we can go back to this later, but inclusivity would be more about inviting local groups or other communities to hear what we're doing, and not that we're going to try to sell them on something or change their mind, but I think there's that connection piece, like kind of like just working with groups that share our values, that, yeah, we'll get some things done that way. But if we want to be inclusive, we're going to go talk to this group over here and be like, hey, we really want to do this. They might not want to do it, but I think that outreach part is really important to include everybody, not just people that think like us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's, I 100% agree. So I don't disagree with that bullet point, but I think it's missing.
Can we repeat bullet points and take the one from the quality core services and say delivery interacting with the community and businesses?
Yes,
And add in,
yes,
and add in groups.
that's a great idea. Yep.
Yeah, because this sort of implies that we're working with people who share our values to maybe achieve those goals faster, but it's still saying that we're only working with people, we're only working within our choir.
Right.
Right. Same required, yeah.
Order about share our value. That's defined. We provide vibrant culture, arts, and outreach. Just in the 11 months I've been here, you know, this town does so much on the recreation side, and it's exceptional. That we have the resources we do, the things we do, all the things that our community members and visitors are able to do on the recreation side. And at minimum, we should be maintaining that. I know we're enhancing it all the time, but at minimum, we should be maintaining. The council adopted an arts and culture plan earlier this year. And that's a strong statement that we're gonna, this town and the town organization is going to push that future in order to enhance the arts and culture environment for our citizens. And so you're going to see more of that in the budget. And you're going to see it, I mean, you just walked the historic. We are going to do a re-up of the history and historic park plan. We've talked about within that plan that we need to address the two buildings we have in storage that were saved because of their historic value. When we talk about the historic park, it's not just the park as it looks right now, but it probably can. In the end, he brought this up at his email. I mean, it talks about the alleyways and the other places that we have that we could program around the historic park. First domain is going to come up in that conversation, and what to do with that in the future. And you're going to see even though your art and culture council is having some fits and starts at the beginning, defining what their role is and what it is they want to do and whether they should or should not follow the plan.
They should.
Yeah.
They will get there.
Things.
They will do when it shows up.
Wait, really?
So people have showed up the last 2 times, but yeah, that's another story.
It will get there. It just takes some time.
The last 2 bullet points, like, do we need the word inclusive in there?
I didn't, as I was reading this again over the last couple of days, I think those 2 are probably redundant. That's it too.
That's going to be like improving arts, culture, recreation assets for all users,
Right.
because that says the same thing.
Yeah.
And providing unique and accessible arts, culture, you know.
Sure.
I don't know.
I agree that those 2 can be improved.
There's 2. I got you, Lisa.
So after arts, in that we provide vibrant culture.
Historical.
And then after historical.
You said you do that song thing too. I know what Lisa should be.
Are you gonna get to the A inclusive?
Well, they're taking that out, so we don't have to.
Okay.
I missed that one.
That's the grammar rule that I know. I don't think we debate.
Can you do them singular?
I think it's great.
Let's move on to the next one. All right, so this is where we're going to go through accomplishments and what the town has been working on in 2023 in each of the strategic objectives. Then we'll move on, talk about the future. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just going to highlight a couple. I think one of the, to highlight the things that we just do, working on the electric car charging stations and car share. That's now just something we do. We're going to constantly work on those types of initiatives. You're talking about plastic water bottles tonight, and the other types of plastics that come with food ordering. And then, one of the big things that's going on that I don't think everybody's paying attention to, but it's incredibly important to the town infrastructure and core services is making sure that we have a treatment plan and implement a treatment plan on well for PFAS. That is so important to the town's future, our water system, water delivery in the future, and be able to continue to provide the services that we do. And another, it sounds minor, but we know now that when we hired a new clerk that we were having trouble with keeping our municipal code accessible and up to date to the public and to ourselves. I mean, we access it off of our website as much as anybody does. And right now you can't do that. You can't rely on it to be up to date. So we've invested in that, and clerk is going to deliver that here.
It's awesome that the town clerk is not even in agreement.
No kidding.
September 7th.
And even though we got some criticism in the newspaper today about the GAP project and the landscaping, it's going to happen, it's going to get done.
You're supposed to resist. I got it. Yeah.
In particular?
Well, no, anybody who had anything to do with exciting. We get the night off, they include the GAP project, also the billing potholes.
Got it, all right.
So let's move on to the next slide. So, you know, obviously, we've got a lot planned around this in the future. And just the fact that it's core services, of course, we're gonna have a lot planned around it. But you know, following my comment about coming up with the treatment plan for well 7, we are gonna be ready in 2024 to and we're already working on with the state the grant and loan programs that will allow us to do that. And it will mean that it doesn't affect our water fund as much. And then, you know, we're proposing in the budget that we're gonna finish the 100% design for Granite Street, the Complete Streets program. At the same time that we're working on that 100% design, we're gonna start working on the grant program that will allow us to implement that faster. It's gonna have town resources in it, but it will also have outside sources in it.
I think I like the asset management plan, that's a good idea.
Well, we have something that is rudimentary around that right now, because our staff is following a plan. But it's probably not to the level of detail, nor does it cover everything that we need to. Historic Park is an example. Those are assets that we constantly need to put money into in order to maintain them and keep them okay for the future. I don't believe that's part of our asset management plan right now. And then we have new facilities that will be coming online. And just because they're new, doesn't mean you don't spend money on them. You constantly got to spend money on them to keep them up. Any comments on those? We'll be talking a lot about this in the budget.
You want to take out the period after implementation
Absolutely.
in the 100% Granite Street, thank you.
We just put this stuff in there to make
Just
sure.
to keep us
away. Okay, next slide. So thriving economy. You know, a lot of work has been, in my viewpoint, has been done in this area in the last year. You know, the development agreements with NHP on the workforce housing projects in the downtown core are directly related to the future of our economy. I think certainly the code amendments that allowed for the development agreements to come forward were a big lift for the council. And then you know, I don't know how broadcast it is to our general community, but the NEPA planning process around Frisco Backyard, we know it's bigger than the Frisco Backyard, is going to be so important in the future. We're already seeing the benefits of that by having some dollars allocated by the federal government specifically to implementation of that. And so by the end of 2024, when that notice goes in the Federal Register that process is done, and have an implementable project with the U.S. Forest Service, and that's pretty exciting for the future of Frisco. Whether people believe that helps our thriving economy, I think it's so key to it. Not only from the trails perspective and what we're going to be doing around that, but just reducing the threat of wildfire to our town is a big deal. The other thing that's been going on, and it didn't make the list because we started working on this way before. We've now got 3 housing helps purchases in the works. And those are going to be back out on the market by the end of the year, after we do the energy audit on them and respond to that. So that's pretty exciting stuff that we're using that budget line to achieve the goals that we achieve.
I would add in the childcare funding and commitment that we made, because that has a huge impact. What they need to do.
I would love to neutralize that terminology a little bit.
we're processing, we're happy to process any extraterritorial water applications.
Yeah.
That's
Remove
what
the
we're doing.
subject.
We're not,
So a little too specific is what you're saying?
Yeah.
it's a little specific, it's a little specific, it's in a little direction.
Strike the workforce part too, then. Stack territorial water requests.
Yeah.
It's good. A lot of preferred than our workforce housing.
You could probably strike that whole one and put the extraterritorial, well, I mean, it's a project we worked on, so it could be actually listed under boards.
I guess I look at it as,
Yeah,
based on the conversations we've had ongoing, it's not our priority. We're hoping to continue exploring the path, but we have a little of this going on.
But extraterritorial water is, it can be a priority when it comes up.
Yeah.
Like, as Jeff has worked on it, and then, say, this other, like the 12 workforce housing units in Bill's Ranch they're talking about, or Bill's Ranch people looking to tie into our water. All of these things can,
We have a process.
right,
And I'd move that bullet point up to the
course.
quality course service.
Yes, I agree.
Water.
Okay. All right, 2024 and beyond. All right, so, a lot coming in our future interaction. We will always have a lot of interaction with CDOT. We've got Highway 9 for the community access stuff of 203 and 201. Yeah. But we've got a lot more coming and some big projects coming that are going to have a direct effect on everything related to the town. Not only the sidewalk projects we're doing and will do, but the big interchange project, which is coming. Also, as I said, we're going to get into it this year with a procurement of some services to do it, but studying, not only our housing needs, that get more specific than the county's overall needs assessment that's coming soon. But also, what else does our community need as more housing is added? If we achieve our goals that are in the housing plan for us, what else is needed in the community? Or what else, or does the county's needs assessment or modeling of needs change certain housing? It's going to be back and forth on. Give up that thought.
Community needs.
It's just how screen.
Oh, saying what community needs based on adding workforce. Just because I'm saying.
Any comments on it?
Oh, under ongoing, the second bullet, should that be continue events and programs that activate and fit town values? I don't quite get the activate town and fit town values,
It's just
right? It's activate and fit town values?
sure.
Okay.
What is the pilot downtown area community activation idea?
Instead of a promenade, what would we do to activate the downtown?
I mean, it's pretty busy down there.
Yeah.
I don't know what we need to activate. We need less activity. Pretty active.
oh, they were about to close the tunnel.
Was that?
Bigger, fewer cars.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
I just don't think we should stop looking at things.
We've
Just
gotten rid of
because-
some of the events that we've had, so possibly some others.
We need to be specific West Main, but I don't need to know that we need to be specific. We have a whole half of our Main Street that. That can use some activate.
Vision, you know, with 80 West Main and across the street with, you know, the workforce housing and, I mean, that hopefully draws, you know, activation down there. I don't know if that means that we have to activate it by closing it or anything like that, you know, but it's there.
I'll just comment later. Behind the doors.
Perfectly willing to look at it.
I just don't, I feel the same, like fiddling with Main Street too much is also fiddling with.
I don't think only Main Street is downtown.
That is true.
Side street are downtown. I think that the idea of possibly doing things on the side streets is a possibility.
Working by the word pilot, like that implies we're about to do test run.
I mean, the whole
stuff,
thing, I
As opposed to continue evaluating.
yeah, I mean, I'll just, yeah. But I just feel like I don't know if it's our place to do that.
What if it was just continued improvement in the downtown?
I don't know, what,
It's like when we,
Yeah.
when we redid the sidewalk, right? There's a lot of people like, our sidewalks in Main Street are fine, don't tear them up, leave us alone, we're good, we've got perfectly adequate. But look how nice it is and look what we benefited from that. And that was a continuing to look at what we have in the downtown area and how can we make it better, how can we improve upon it? Not take away, and I would say that except for some crosswalk issues that we have. Overall, I think Step Up Main was a hugely successful project. And that's a continued focus on our downtown area. That I don't think anybody now would think is a bad idea.
right, that's a
So I
good
think
example.
that's what I see. That line, I think we can just work with something else, but like, let's not lose focus on what. The downtown core is.
I didn't even- Yeah, I didn't even know what that meant, like, I just thought we were gonna. Close streets and, you know,
Yeah, bring
if it
up
doesn't
rights.
mean that, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
You know,
Park, I can't help but think about the Marina to the Mountains concept where we talked about it a few years ago, right? Like, I'm not saying to revisit it, but there were definitely lots of ideas around that. And what I'm hearing is not at all changing how things operate downtown, but as we build out on the west side, taking the parking area out there and man, doing something better than what is there, right? If we have an opportunity on another side of the street, we try to activate that as well. That's what I see it. That end of Main Street, we've all seen it. Any one of these weekends is a madhouse.
mhm.
Let's make it a better experience. That's how I see this. And then Summit Boulevard's always, right? We can always do something there and got more easements.
It's like,
Should we make it so Summit Boulevard has construction on it every year?
Sure.
I think finding a different way to say it, but I think we keep something.
I think I've got, you've got some good ones, so.
Just to
standard
pay
intel.
attention.
Yep.
Well, yeah, you know, the parklets are activating it as well, you know, and I believe actually doing a really good job. Activation.
Next slide. Community inclusivity, things that you've done in 2023 or that the town has done in 2023 to enhance that. You know, believe it or not, the text messaging communication that we're now doing, that our communications folks have implemented is tremendous. And it's growing every week in its uptake. And it's one of those things that we can do to get the word out on more stuff readily in the way that most people want to receive it, I guess. I don't know if they want to receive it, but
They're opting.
they at least
So
have.
they-
We have a bullet and event information from provide text messaging communication.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like if you expand the text messaging communication to multiple forms of communication, I want to take Lisa's
Well, this is what we've done this
Lisa's
year.
mantra. We have so many.
This is what we've done this year, as opposed to what we're doing. I can't remember actually if I actually mentioned that slide, so let's see. Next slide, please. Did I put anything in here on communication? Nope. Put in something about communicating in other languages. And the last one.
But maybe, I mean. Pushing a specific, but make it, you know. The thing that I think we want to have communicated is all of the effort and all of the programs and all of the things that we want the community to know. How they can be assisted by us to stay, to make it inclusive. That makes sense.
It does make sense.
I don't think it needs to be necessarily mentioned in this document, but I think I do want to call out something that hasn't been referenced in a little while, but it's like kind of in line with our marketing and the communication side and the progress we have made. I think, I don't know, Vanessa, how many years ago it was, but like we always used to get the same nice little white family to do all our photo shoots, and we realized how that affects a huge demographic of this community. We've taken active steps into addressing that in far beyond just like the normal government works. Like very few governments have to do as much advertising as we do for some of the services that we provide. And we've included that inclusivity here. And I think that's something where we should strive to keep. I think this will say we're going to keep trying to push for that, but I think it's something that we've made an activist choice to do and has been quite successful, I think. And it's another win to celebrate for sure. It wasn't necessarily just in the past year, but past few, but it's not been called out specifically.
With this pilot alternative methods of providing and encouraging community gathering around
It's the same issue, so we're gonna have to reword that one too.
just, it's a little vague, a little bit. And then, you know, when we're talking about inclusivity, I would like to see maybe something that's a little more aggressive as far as seeking out groups or entities or nonprofits to partner with. I know we do the park thing and the sale of beverages fundraising. What else could we do that we actively go and invite people in to do an event with us or do something, you know? Just if yeah, we get it. Second bullet point too, it has with the
second.
or the second to last, yeah. But you know, we
I
could
think
go.
those are in our objectives, right? Those are in our inclusive objectives.
Well,
These are the
yeah,
things that we have so far.
but these are our future goals, man. I'm just kidding.
So were you talking about the third bullet?
The second from the bottom.
No, not with the other.
Community groups in conjunction with. Various programs and. various
When you were
ways.
talking about the equity and something more aggressive than, were you talking about the third bullet?
Yeah.
So would you like take out supports and put encourages?
I would say, yeah, encourages or seeks out ways to bring in all folks in the community, whether it's retirees, you know, doing something, or I don't know, I guess, you know.
So I think for that fourth bullet, the pilot alternative methods, I think we're all, like, our brains are all so stuck on closing Main Street, like. To me, we're talking about, when we talked about that community dinner down Main Street, like things like that. I think. We all understand we're moving on from closing Main Street, but like, we're talking about other things.
Well, I'm just checking in.
Yeah, I don't see
We can
anything.
put that in the arts and culture and recreation section as well. Like as a goal. When it says, now I lost the spot. Opportunities to communicate in other languages, like, is the, like, for example, the museum. You know, you push the button, it tells a story, like, I don't know, is that like an example of what?
I think that's a great example. Something we should,
Push your button.
Okay,
we
just
should be looking at.
checking that. All right, sorry.
I'd like to see a focus. So under ongoing bullet point number 3, work with community groups, and this kind of goes back to, I think, what Liz perhaps was trying to get at too, but you know, we do a good job of community outreach and open houses, but we often invite the community generally to come. And I think we could be more forthright in targeting certain focus groups or organizations to help inform our policymaking earlier than inviting them to public comment the night of. Or to an open house where, you know, our stakeholder groups are commonly locals, second homeowners, small business, right? Like there's way more groups than that in this town. And so, you know, I think we need to move beyond those 3 and dive a little deeper in advance of our policy making. And I'd like to see that called out here.
Last one. So, want to highlight again, there's grass at the marina. More grass. Looks really good.
Good choice.
Stay thirsty.
Yes, it is.
It's very.
Very sorry.
But you know, the other big effort by the town this year was definitely the adoption of the arts and culture plan, as well as the appointing of your council. And again, even though it's having fits and starts, it will get its feet underneath it and start to produce in 2024. Well, it's going to produce this year, but yeah. So that's just a sample list of things that have gone on in this area for this year. Moving on to 24 and beyond. I already talked about the historic park. History programs, 5-year strategic plan, and what it's going to include. Got the Arts and Culture Council. The Arts and Culture Council that will be implementing the plan further through those years. And we're going to take a hard look at how we're implementing park improvements. As we've gone through a couple of bid processes this year, we've realized that bidding some of our plans as bigger projects make them seem astronomical and unachievable. We're going to start looking at breaking down some of those projects into things that we can implement with our own staff in a cheaper way, quite frankly. Doesn't mean that we're going to sacrifice the quality of what we do, but we're going to continue to try and find more efficient ways to implement those plans. And maybe not as grandiose always of a plan for the park in the first place. Triangle Park is an example. We were heading down the road of a full park plan for that. Were we really gonna invest millions of dollars in our Triangle Park? We invested like $30,000 this year to get the improvement that we got. It's great. We can do small stuff like that to our parks.
Picnic table.
Even a basketball park. Basketball is a small investment that can be done on its own as opposed to a full park master plan.
It's kind of refreshing to hear you say that because there was the time, I don't remember which stage, when we were just addicted to plans. So it's nice to sort of.
There was a push.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know if this. I should even say it, but as a goal. I don't know if it's possible, but the portion of the rec path that rolls through Frisco. And I know that's county, but as far as like recreational opportunity and even a safety sense, is there a way that we could collaborate with the county? And do some sort of signage, starting like at the hospital through this end of Main Street. I don't know, something about it's dangerous out there. And I don't know, I mean,
It's dangerous out there.
That's not getting your safety,
Your culture.
there's just a lot of it's heavily used, there's a lot of altercations, like verbal altercations.
The access up there, you have e-bikes that are moving quickly.
Yeah,
People that ride very quick.
We have more houses that
Yeah.
are accessing, so it's now a street.
so I don't know if that's something we could work on for like the future, but just making that section a little safer as a residential nook through there, I don't know.
Are you talking people on to the hospital
Or just,
or it's like,
or even down
Street access.
yeah, here all the way just to the hospital, really. But it is, I have friends that live right on the corner there by the church. I was having dinner at their house recently, and we heard screaming, but I mean, they live there, they have the best stories.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know, if that could be a recreational opportunity.
It's something we certainly, we should be talking
I don't know,
about that from a safety perspective.
something, yeah.
You should know the Arts Council actually called out to do murals on the bike path in different areas around town.
Everybody has a different idea of whose path it is. You know, like, we gotta bring it, like, maybe put it in security, I don't know, but. Anyway.
Just before you move on, Walter Byron Park and Triangle Park are squished together.
Well, this version is not the version that's gonna be on
Okay.
the web, so we'll clean all that up. But. So with that, you've gotten through it
We're ready to adopt it.
with.
Yeah,
change.
with the read that into the title, maybe. No, good.
But thank you. This is gonna be great for, especially from a management perspective, much easier for me to be able to talk to you about it once we have it adopted and to implement with it staff.
Well, I appreciate it, because I think in my time and Rick and Ted, we did one of those comprehensive, concise and clear plans I've been a part of, so I appreciate that guidance, leadership's help. So thank you.
I appreciate the finishing of it and quite honestly, bringing it to us in this format instead of the 7 cats running around First in Main with all different ideas. So thank you guys for bringing them all together.
That is how we got there.
Yeah.
Anything else before we wrap this up? And that's it. Like HC3 up. Next up on the agenda for work session is the High Conservation Annual Update. You guys have a presentation, because it's a tough crowd tonight.
You two are pretty on it. They give you a run for your.
Can you actually be enabled editing and it's down in here and I'm hoping it works. It does. Yeah, we've already been through it. Maybe. Thank you. Get up there and you're like, here's a money. There's a trick to it. There's a button. Yeah. Thank you. Before we start the presentation, I just really quickly wanted to introduce Jane Schaefer is our new sustainable materials specialist. Jane, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, she's on Zoom this evening.
Hi, everyone.
Jane.
I'm Jane Schaefer. I am the new Sustainable Materials Specialist. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person with you this evening, but I am really excited to be in this role working with Hillary. I've been with the new position for just about a month now, and I'm working my way through all of it, drinking from a fire hose and figuring out where I fit.
Nice to meet you. Sure. Thank you. Is that what we did? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're a genius. Thank you so much. I'm struggling with that. All right. Yeah.
It was only because this is what I thought we were portraying to everyone.
However you're ready.
All right, let's get going. I know a little bit behind here. But yeah, I'm really excited to bring back High Country Conservation Center for our annual update. They've been absolutely critical to implementing all the programs that we do and really helping us out reach all of our goals. So the one statistic I will throw out is that our Partners in Energy plan that you'll recall we adopted earlier this year, and we now have science-based targets, which is super exciting. And in order to reach said targets, we really need to be running on all fronts, and HC3 has just been absolutely amazing and helping us get there. We do have a gap right now of 5.966 metric tons. I know that means a lot to all of you, but that is our gap. And in order to close that and really meet those goals that we set, we gotta honor all these programs. So let's hear about them. Thank you. Do you want me to do something?
Yeah, would you mind? I think we are at the end.
Oh.
So I'm gonna get us, hold on.
Hi, Jared.
Now one more.
Okay. Whoops.
Okay, thanks. So I think I know all of you. I'm Jen Frank with High Country Conservation Center. Thank you so much for having us tonight and for your leadership on all things sustainability. So I'm going to chat with you about waste diversion and recycling, and then Jess is going to talk more about climate action programs and energy programs. Of course, it is your meeting.
If you would like to ask questions as we go, that's totally fine. I think Jess and I were thinking, just in the interest of time, since we don't have a lot, I know you all want to eat dinner. We were thinking maybe we could get through the presentation and then come back to questions, but really up to you. So jumping right in, construction and demolition. You all know that this has become a big priority of Summit County government and HC3. So some of the things that we are working on right now this year, Scrap did a pallet grinder demo on May 9th. It's just what it sounds like. They're crushing up pallets. They had someone come on site and do it. It worked really well. So now the Scrap it's an extremely expensive piece of equipment. So Scrap is looking into whether or not they would want to lease or purchase that piece of equipment or have a contractor come onto site. But pallets are the #1 material that we can be diverting from construction and demolition debris going into the landfill right now. We have also hired a consultant. Kat Slaughter is with First Sites. She is working with, I actually think it's 4 or 5 contractors on pilot projects. She's working on a variety of projects to get those contractors to divert materials over the course of their ongoing projects. Like Alta Verde is one of them. We have a single family home, we have a renovation. So we're really just trying to gather information on challenges and opportunities for contractors and work with them hand in hand. Summer concrete crushing at the Scrap has turned into fall concrete crushing at the Scrap. So they're sitting on a big pile of concrete up there that's been diverted from the landfill, but they're hiring a contractor to come in and crush it. And then we need to find an end market or a place for that concrete to go. It's not super simple because it can't just go. It can't go into, traditional roads, but it can be for road base, maybe for things like bike paths or roads that have a different type of spec, a lesser spec than a highway. And then that last bullet point is talking about our next big project. So in the construction and demolition plan that was presented to the Board of County Commissioners, and if you would like me to share that with you all at any point, I'm happy to. There were 4 key goals, and I just talked about progress on 3 of the 4 goals. The 4th goal is to explore policies or ordinances that require contractors to divert construction and demolition debris from job site. So I am actually just proofing my RFP today. That's what we've been doing all day, proofing each other's work. I'm going to send out an RFP in the next few weeks. We're going to hire a consultant to come in and facilitate a stakeholder process in late 2023 into 2024 to hopefully develop some key policy components that each of the towns can take or leave. I know the Board of County Commissioners really wants to look at ordinance policies. So it's at their request and with strong future funding. Yes. Yeah. Oh. $1.5 million. Yes, they have a magnet that can pull out. They can pull out nails and they can color. They put on like a color bar and they can make mulch that's colored. They have over in Pickens County. So Jesse just asked how much this piece of equipment is. So it's at least $1.5 million. Yeah. Something we're considering in the future, but super exciting. I'm going to go through the other slides much more quickly, but this is actually one of the most important. I didn't even know there was a video. Hilarious. Together. Okay, food scrap program. You all know this program is awesome. We have 3,000 people enrolled, 500 of them are in Frisco, and we have diverted just in the first half of this year, 200,000 pounds, which is 100 tons. That's a lot of food scraps. It's super exciting. People love the program. And then we're giving compost away to participants every May. They can come get a little bucket or bag of compost. Recycling outreach. Hopefully some of y'all have seen us out and about, either at the Frisco Recycling Center. We have a program called Stump the Recycling Experts, where we go out in 2-hour increments, but we go to all the different sites. This is Christy. She's our recycling specialist. She's amazing. And she is out there answering those kind of hard to recycle questions at the recycling sites. We are also working on go around to homes and do this Oops Tag program. I keep saying I'm going to bring one. I keep forgetting. Oops Tags. We go out, we follow waste management or Timberline on recycling day. And so when folks have those recycling toters out there, we put a little tag on there and we tell people either you're doing an awesome job or oops, just recycle like a little bit less of glass in your single stream and a little bit less plastic bags, a little more aluminum cans kind of thing. Super successful. We've already done over 1,000 homes this year. We've already done more this year than we did last year. And then finally, 10 businesses have received Strong Future mini grants, which are a few $1,000s each. I think the two in Frisco are Silver Hills and Kemosabe, and then AC Marriott that we've done so far this year. Please, thank you. Oh, yay. David Lee Roth, there he is. So yeah, this is really cool. Congratulations to the Adventure Park for making a small switch that makes a big difference, moving to durables and away from disposable.
Nice can Gatorade.
Yeah, and a can of Gatorade. Thank you, Hillary.
You can buy it at the Day Lodge.
Cans are possible.
I'm gonna. There you go.
Sounds like a.
Marketing, I think we're just gonna. Does this one have a video?
It does.
Yeah. Video that shows what we're doing.
These ones didn't. The sounds.
It's okay. These are ones you'll see on social media and digital. Suffice it to say, we are doing tons of very specific outreach and education marketing. We have about $80,000 that is focused on recycling education in Summit County and food scrap that is separate from the Pay As You Throw program, which I think Pay As You Throw is. Not quite, one more video. Thank you.
Why do they put eggs in?
We're just like all you can get right now is big. You want a big packet. Universal recycling. So here we are. I know you all have some questions on this. Here's what's happening with universal recycling. We are out and about and actively helping HOAs and businesses. You can see across the Frisco and Breck helped 40 some. In Frisco alone, we've done 13 site visits. Hillary and the haulers have been instrumental in these site visits. I know Jane is also getting engaged in this, but just really going out and like talking to homeowners associations and businesses one-on-one, looking at their site. The third bullet right here talks about a great example of teamwork makes dream work. I know Hillary is involved, the HE3, waste management in this case, where complex projects happening over at the towers. But I think with us all working together with that homeowners association, we've come up with some really good solutions for them that will avoid a lot of costs that they were expecting to incur. We're out there reaching out, basically walking down Main Street, but much more than that. Like we're getting lists from the towns. We're emailing people. We're really trying to get the word out to homeowners associations. We're finding there aren't always the best lists. We're also trying to reach out to vacation rental managers and property managers. So if you all know word of mouth, that seems to actually be in this moment. A lot of our calls are coming through just word of mouth. So please have people call us if figure this out. And I know the town has grants too. Please. Pay as you throw. There she is, Hillary, standing next to the 32-gallon small container. This was our workshop back in May in Frisco. We did one in Breck. Frisco resident bin delivery, we are mostly expecting in September from both Timberline and Waste Management. I think if any of you use Garbage Gurus, they are already rolling out the program. We are also meeting with Hillary and Jane and the haulers individually in the next month or so. So we continue to have the dialogue like the Timberline and the Waste Management separately. And then we are starting to get more and more questions. I really feel like the rubber is about to hit the road with this program because bins they're not out there for pay as you throw yet, even in Breck. So I don't know how many calls we're going to be getting, but it's gradually picking up. People are starting to hear about the program and we're happy to talk with people, email people. I just get the pissed off people. So, and I'm happy to talk with them, happy to. So please send anyone who is frustrated directly to me. I'm sure Hillary would be happy to chat with them as well. And then, yeah, huge marketing campaign, $80,000 to $100,000 just on pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling. And then these are just marketing. You all have seen this, so we can kind of just roll through. This is the pay-as-you-throw. We also have a postcard we sent out. Thank you. This is a story on Instagram. Obviously same campaign. And then I think we have one more that's focused on universal recycling. So we actually have a really nice postcard for this that we're able to go in and hand to someone at a business. So if the manager or owner isn't there, we're just trying to leave collateral for folks to please call us if they have any questions. And then I want to mention one other thing, just because it happened this morning and I forgot about it earlier. There is a brand new Strong Future Grants program, like a big grants program, where entities like nonprofits, businesses, towns could apply for grants between $25,000 and $75,000 funded by Strong Future. Just kicked that off this year. We had 10 applications. We had Jesse and Hillary were both on the review committee. We had some really strong applications and several in Frisco. The Board of County Commissioners this morning at a meeting gave us their tentative thumbs up. It's on consent agenda in a couple weeks. So we'll be publicly announcing those awards. But yeah, like there was a homeowners association in Frisco that won an award and several others. So look for those when you're out and about, and the announcement will come out on August 10th, but super excited to get $325,000 out in the world from Strong Future Fund. That, I'll hand over to Jess. Awesome.
Hi, everybody. So I am going to review our climate action and energy accomplishments from 2022 with you. So we have been running our Solarize Summit program now. We are in the 5th year. So last year in 2022, with support from the town of Frisco, you all helped 6 more residents go solar. From 2019 through 2022, we had, where did I write it down? 34 residents from the town of Frisco participate, which is really exciting. Prior to starting this program, Excel on their reports would show that countywide we had about 10 installations every year. So we saw we've had 204 across the county since the program started in 2019, 40 in the town of Frisco. Nope, 34. So it's really exciting, and just really thank you all for your continued support. And I know that several of you have benefited from the program. So thank you for participating. You can see we have this beautiful picture of an electric Ford F-150, and that's at the Adventure Park. This is for our now annual EV Ride and Drive event that we've been hosting every fall. Every year we get about 100 folks from across the county to attend. We have been bringing up cars from dealerships in the state so people can actually get behind the wheel of an electric car, see for themselves that it's just another car, right, Jesse?
It's just another car.
Yeah. And so it's been really great. We've had people leave this event and actually buy EVs because of their exposure to them at the event. So we are planning another one this year, also at the Adventure Park for October 2nd. And we'll be happy to get more people driving and hopefully buying EVs after that. We also produced last year a series of 4 videos that we're calling our myth busting series about local EV drivers and some common questions people have about driving them, like, how the heck do I charge this thing? And can I take a road trip? So we have a clip of one of those that we'll share with you. And we are promoting those this summer on Comcast. So I don't have a TV, but hopefully if you do, you'll see it when you watch TV. There should be also some ads online that you'll come across as well. So really excited about that. We have been continuing to host building science workshops for builders, architects, contractors, things like that. So we hosted 4 of them last year that were really well attended. We also were awarded $75,000 from the EPA to complete a climate equity plan. More on that on the next slide. And then finally, we've been working on what we're calling the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, which the town of Breckenridge recently adopted. We're hoping the BOCC will follow suit, and then we'll chat with Hillary about bringing it to the town of Frisco. And this is the program designed to discourage exterior uses of natural gas. We're talking about really large snowmelt systems, heated driveways, things like that, that are luxuries in our community, and really just serve to heat the outdoors. And we want, if people want to do it, we're saying, great, you can do it, but we want you to offset this natural gas usage with renewable energy on site. That's the intention of the program. So it's something we've been working on for the past few years. So this year, I mentioned our climate equity plan. Really, that whole planning process took place this year. We engaged a stakeholder committee made up of both Hillary and Jesse, as well as representatives from key community groups across the county who serve underserved community members. See, if I was writing this down, I wouldn't say serve twice in the same sentence. And that plan is, we've had the final draft of the plan. I just sent it to a designer this week. So I would love to come back and we'll chat with Hillary about this in the fall to share the final plan with you and tell you what we learned and how we're going to be implementing it across the community. The intention of it really is to marry climate action with quality of life improvements and really focus on quality of life improvements for our underserved community members and talk to them, figure out how our energy efficiency programs can better serve these community members. How do we better support them and really, decrease cost of living by making energy efficiency and renewable energy more accessible to people. We had 7 more Frisco residents participate in Solarize this year, and the program is still open to Frisco residents because we have some rebate funding left over. We did have over 80 residents in the town of Frisco enroll for the program, so I know that the contractor is still going through that list and getting proposals to people. So hopefully we'll get some more contracts signed by the end of the year. Heat pumps, HVAC is what everyone wants to talk about. Especially because it's been so hot outside, we frankly could use some air conditioning in our office. And fortunately, heat pumps both heat and cool. They're a great technology for us to implement across the community. But we have a lot of education to do. So we started this year, we hosted a workshop. They were both in Frisco at the community center. We did a residential workshop in early June and then a workshop for contractors at the end of the month. Had over 50 folks attend the residential workshop and we had 35 contractors at the building professional workshop with much more to come. We are going to be doing a lot of community outreach and education, making case studies, maybe hosting building tours, talking a lot more about heat pumps in the coming years because they are an important strategy for us to decrease emissions from buildings. And there's a ton of federal funding coming for them. So we're going to be able to make them available for people, hopefully at an affordable price. Ideally, it would cost them to replace a boiler or a furnace when it's time for them to make that switch. Okay, I talked about videos on TV and we're continuing this series. We just shot an induction stove video last week. Induction stoves doesn't have to be induction, you can convert to electric too from natural gas, but natural gas stoves in the news a lot recently about indoor air quality issues. And it is another important carbon reduction strategy. And then we also shot one, sorry, Hunter, I couldn't schedule it with you because I needed to schedule on the snow. We did it with Eric Zerwin about electric snow blowers as another alternative to natural gas technology. And I actually was able to get my colleague's husband, he came and shot the video with me. He came to my driveway and he snowblowed my driveway for me and we made a video about it. So that'll come out this winter. And I can confirm to you, I was snowblowing all winter with an electric snowblower and they do in fact work. And I have
We have one that works great.
Yes. And you should see my driveway. It's not just like small little driveway. It's like, it's a big driveway.
She lives at the top.
Yes, I live at the top of Gloria's Path, so if that helps to give some context. I can go on the snowball without worrying. Well, I also have nobody live near me full time, so there's that too. We've been working with our building energy efficiency climate action work group all year on coming up with some updated and more robust, we call it decarbonization, but fancy word for strategies for reducing carbon from buildings. And so we've been really prioritizing figuring that out because buildings account for 2/3 of our emissions across the county. So we've got some new strategies to be looking at. We're already implementing some of them that we'll talk about in our Energy Smart Colorado program. Something new that we are rolling out this year is Climate Action Week, because we're really trying to increase community engagement in the things we're doing. So we're kicking it off with the EV Ride and Drive. Other things we're doing is we're going to be doing an LED light bulb giveaway through that whole week. We're collaborating with Jesse and Town of Breck to do a core of Alta Verde, the workforce development, which with heat pumps. And then we're bringing up Luke Runyon, who's a reporter with KUNC, talking about water issues, and he's going to give a talk about climate change and water in Colorado to wrap that week up. And then finally, we talked about REMP, and that Breck has adopted it, and we are hoping to expand that outwards later this year and into next year. Okay. So this, yeah, Jen was like, you know, you look really funny in this, and I was like, yes, I do. And it's fine. I'm okay with looking a little foolish. That's nice. Thanks, Lori. So those are the teasers. That's what's going to be on TV and online, and then inviting folks to click through the rest. And the internet's playing videos. Thanks, Lori. Okay, that was on Fremont Pass, and Neil might have gone 80 on Fremont Pass. He did it for the sake of the video. I did not ask him to, but the EV, let me tell you what, they're peppy. Not safer to drive than my car, especially when you're merging onto heavy by copper. So I'm going to speed through the rest because I know it's practically dinner time. So Energy Smart Colorado, this is our residential energy efficiency program. We have been having bang up success in Frisco over the past few years, so much that we actually had to ask Hillary for more money this year for rebates. One of the things that we did, and this came out from the climate equity plan and just conversations we've been hearing across the community in general, is this year we set aside rebate funding specifically for locals who earn up to 160% AMI. And we said, we will cover 100% of your cost up to a maximum of $4,000, because we really want folks to complete projects. And we know that most people might not have $4,000 lying around to do that. It's been very successful. So we're really excited to hit our goals in Frisco once again this year. This was a delightful couple that we did a photo shoot with. They live on, I think it's Pitkin. They were lovely. They're super excited about this home that they remodeled. They just recently moved about a year ago from Texas. They're very excited to be in town in Frisco. And they were also really excited to be able to take advantage of our rebates. Thanks to all of you. And then our ResourceWise program has also been seeing great success this year. Yeah. So last year we met all of our goals. And then this year we've enrolled 8 new businesses, and then I was chatting with Narelle, and we just did 2 more today. So we've worked with 10 new businesses so far this year. This week, Excel is coming up to do some lighting upgrades for free, and this has been really great. And kudos to Narelle, who's in the audience listening, because one of the things that she's able to do is really handhold with businesses and connect them with Excel Energy programs that can benefit them. And they frankly might not have the time to research and reach out on their own. And because of that, she's been able to get projects done for businesses for free, things that Excel offers that folks don't know that they can take advantage of. And so that's been really exciting. So well done. Yes, Lisa, the next page was able to benefit from it.
And somebody called me yesterday from another business somewhere else, just wanted, because it sounds too good to be true.
Yeah.
And so he just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. And then also through Partners in Energy, we've been going out with Hillary. So Narelle and Hillary are going out this week to all of the grocery stores and the Ramada and the Grand Hotel on Thursday to try to get them engaged in the program as well and see some energy saving in there. So it's been a great collaboration. Thanks to Hillary, thanks to Narelle, thanks to Excel. And frankly, this is my last slide. So, and to all of you for continuing to support our programs, because we're able to do what we do thanks to your involvement, and we are very grateful. And we know that the residents and businesses in the town of Frisco are grateful as well. So thank you.
We do a business walk with Excel and Public Works, and now we put the new meters in, so our solar works.
And you, yeah. Building, we just go straight to the PUC.
Can you include transformers?
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it, exciting thoughts, questions.
Do any of the programs, the solarized programs or rebate grants or anything like that with existing systems?
Like existing solar systems. So if you wanted to add on, for example, we would give you a rebate through our Energy Smart program. So the group, and that's a great question because we've had some folks come back this year and
Before they've been already under bill.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if a person has already received a solarized rebate, we would provide another rebate Energy Smart. And those are a little bit less to incentivize people going to solarize the first time, but they're $1,000. So we can give folks $1,000. Yeah, absolutely you can. Spread the word. Well, although we're out of funding in Frisco this year because we've done so well.
The next.
I would just say on the induction cooktop, we ordered ours, but it's gonna be $4,000 just to get the right electricity coming to our house.
We'll rebate that.
It doesn't, our house is old enough that we don't even have enough power, and our electrician said very common problem throughout the mountain towns that any house built in the 70s just doesn't have the power to run induction, and the houses that it's.
We will rebate that. We rebate electrical upgrades when they are completed in conjunction with another electrification project. Are you switching from natural gas though? Let's talk.
This is just interesting and eye-opening.
Yeah.
It's just.
HC free. Energy Smart Colorado, we rebate electrical system upgrades when they're completed in conjunction. No,
Your jurisdiction, other Colorado, does this too. But this is a HC free.
it's an HC free thing. I believe there are also federal tax credits for electrical upgrades through the Inflation Reduction Act.
Because it's found in the case.
Doesn't involve it.
No. Check, I mean, but the IRA does have tax credit for electrical upgrading. Yeah. But yeah, please. Take our money.
Back to seven.
Yeah.
No, because he got shamed and not doing it.
I rustled his bag and I closed it, so I made good place.
All right, starts next week again. Good evening, everyone. A little bit after 7 o'clock, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Harrison,
Here.
Hurley here, Mortensen,
Here.
Incan,
Here.
Scripcheck, Adrian here, Blanco here, Held.
Here. So thank you. First up this evening, and as always, is public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment concerning anything that is not on tonight's agenda may do so now. Please be topic specific. Keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. If you're online, you can unmute yourself, raise your hand, turn on your camera, and I will call on you. Seeing no public comment in chambers, none online. Close public comment and mayor and council comments.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. But I just wanted to share with the group that we went out, as you probably heard, out to Park City to go look at a High
Valley Transit District.
Valley Transit District. Yep, I was gonna get the valley wrong. And they have a similar type of fixed bus system. But we went out there to go look at the last and first mile program, and that's what we've been referring to as microtransit here. And my perspective is I certainly don't have all the answers, but I came away more informed with, it really helped me understand the difference between and the benefits of both between a circulator and a microtransit direct last mile concept. So we were out there with representatives from Breckenridge County, Summit Stage, and Frisco. And it was a good collaboration to try and just bounce ideas off each other to help each other understand what was going on. So with that, as we work into, potentially in a future work session, or if folks want to meet one-on-one, like Lisa and I will talk about just what I learned out there and the difference of how to get people, again, that last mile of whether it's, I think a great example is a neighborhood here in Frisco to the transit center, and then from the transit center to the Breckenridge Transit Center, and then from the Breckenridge Transit Center to your last destination in Breckenridge. And the most important part of this, again, which I learned, is it's all about the technology. The fixed physical parts of it are all purchasable and put in place, but they don't override or make obsolete current fixed bus routes. And that was a big takeaway for me. And then lastly, the staffing model that they were using was all independent contractors, and they just put it out for bid, if you will, and they incentivize the shifts based on how much you make per hour, and you get paid whether you pick someone up or not. That's the summary. And then I just wanted to say the other thing is, if you haven't been paying attention to what's going on at the peninsula, there are about to be 3 new downhill mountain bike trails. The 4th one, Sky Pilot, has been extended, and it's all fabulous. It's going to be awesome. Come ride your bikes. There's a great uphill to get it up there that is very reminiscent of another mountain bike destination place back east that folks have been visiting in the last few years. We now have it right here in Frisco, and I'm super proud of the town and this recreation staff for getting that done. Thanks.
Council, you could indulging me a little bit, and on the trip out to Salt Lake, letting Tom speak to that as well right now, just since we're on that topic.
So from my perspective, just simply having come from that system when it was being built, it had the advantage of starting with new funding sources and new governance that wasn't layered with years of this is the way we do transit. It made it a lot easier to implement. So probably we'll have a different experience as the community tries to improve transit in the future here, whatever that ends up being. But what was also nice was having Summit Stage board members involved county commissioners, county manager, staff from Breck that are directly involved with the free ride. All of us together, and some Summit Stage staff, seeing this, experiencing it, asking tons of questions, hearing things that they did wrong that we could improve on if we were to implement something similar. Hearing about the successes that they've had with it just allows us all to think outside the box and what the possibilities are for here at Summit County. So from my perspective, that it was great to be able to introduce that to people. Now I get to step back and advocate for Frisco in the process.
And then former council member Kent Willis is here. He's also our representative on the Summit Stage Board for the town. Ken, do you have any super highlight things? And if so, could you come to the podium? But we do have a long meeting, so I'll have you hit the top few and we'll keep moving.
So real quick, I agree with what Rick said, is that their system is highly data driven. That's what makes it work. It's a very nimble system. They collect data in real time. They can adjust their system in real time. And it's phenomenal. It's not the same as ours. Ours would not look like theirs, but everybody that went seemed to be receptive of finding a way to make it happen. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. We're having our planning meeting, annual planning meeting tomorrow morning, and we're going to talk about this. And so I'll get you some more information after that meeting is done. So thank you very much. And thank you for letting me go, sending me there. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Continue to represent the town. Seem appropriate.
A quick one. Just to everybody, I call it sitting on the back bench. It's been a long time since 4th of July, but it hasn't been forgotten that I think it was a great day. We built from last year to something much better, and I think it's going to continue to get better. But I really like the framework that we have for 4th of July. There were a lot of smiles. So thank you to everybody who deserves it.
That'll make my comments quicker. I was going to mention that as well. And I'd also like to call out for those who didn't attend the work session this evening, which I know are usually pretty well attended, but we did an offsite at the museum. I want to compliment our museum staff and the new exhibit that they just opened. I want everybody to go see it. It's on a really special time in Frisco history when all of the elected officials sitting behind the dais then at the old town hall were women, and what that means in the women's suffrage movement and Frisco's little part in that. So go see that exhibit. It's phenomenally well done. We're so lucky to have the staff we have there and their passion for what they do and our town's history. And also from our work session, if you didn't see it, we're adopting it in consent, so you won't see it tonight in full presentation. But please look at our strategic plan. It's been a huge amount of work. I think it's one of the more inspiring strategic plans I've been a part of. And it's a new format, and I think I'm proud of it. I'm proud we're adopting it. And I think I hope that everybody who's listening takes a moment just to go check it out once it's on the website, because it will tell you what we're thinking and help keep us all accountable to making this community better. So I wanted to call that out as well. Nothing else? Any additional staff updates?
Besides what's in the packet, wanted to introduce Chris McGinnis, our new town engineer, our first town engineer. And we welcomed him from the town of Breckenridge. And I did get poked by the town manager after that all happened, appropriately so. They are losing a great asset, but we're gaining it. And we keep them here in Summit County, working on engineering issues for the town of Frisco.
Welcome. Glad you're here. Feeling talent. No staff updates. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved to approve the consent agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Inken. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Burley. Is there any discussion on the motion? You call the question, please.
Palenko.
Yes.
Inkin.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Held.
Yes. The consent agenda passes. Lisa threw us a curveball. I thought you were worried about something in there. It's been a while. Next up is new business. This is agenda item number 1. This is first reading ordinance 23-19 and ordinance amending chapter 124 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning public health and safety by amending Article 2 thereof concerning a disposable bag fee to amend the definitions of disposable bag and paper bag and to amend provisions concerning fees for the use of permitted disposable bags. I'll open up the public hearing, turn it over to staff, and welcome Hui.
Just short all around. It just happens.
Somebody will use it.
Yeah, yeah.
One day.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here again to talk about single-use bag fee and single-use plastic bag ban. Just an update for this one. So this is the first reading of ordinance 23-19. So the first time we talked about this was November 8th, 2022, first work session. At that point, we were really just talking about the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act and what all that brought and how our current bag fee and bag ban was a little bit different. Came back with some more details on that in March of 23. And per our discussion, brought back the elements of what we talked about in this ordinance. So this is just a really quick review of the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act. And I know a lot of this doesn't actually apply to our bag fees. Some of this is about polystyrene and other restrictions, and we'll get into that a little bit more in the next ordinance, but just a refresher on the timeline here. So the changes that we're looking at for this ordinance, which was originally ordinance 2101, is now ordinance 2319. So really everything is just aligning with that, with the state bill, the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act. The main things are we're looking at changing the recycled content required for those paper bags to be 100% from 40. We've changed the remittance to 60% remitted to the town, but we've also removed the maximum of $100 per quarter. There's a minimum quarterly remittance of $20. So if a business does not have accumulated bag fees of over $20, they would just hang on to it until the next quarter when they do. And we've also modified the terms of use for the way that the municipality can spend those remitted bag fees. The point of that really is just to make it more relevant. Our original language really focused on spending those fees to recycle plastic bags, which since we no longer have, made more sense to make it a little bit more broad. And it is essentially the same as the language in the state act as well. There are two things that we missed when going through the ordinance to better align it with the PPRA. And those are, you can see the red lines here, just the exemptions for medical marijuana and for farmers markets and temporary vendors. Those are not in the state act. And since we cannot make our ordinance less restrictive, we would need to take these out as well to align with that. Oh, that's the next one. Sorry, that was my last slide. So happy to take any questions or discussion about those changes.
Questions? Really?
Why would we be lowering the percentage that they can retain from 50 to 40?
So that's just in alignment. That's the way that it's written in the state. But we do remove that cap as well. So if the business does accumulate more than $100 per quarter, they can keep that.
There's a few. Can I send that to you later?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Wait for that.
Grammatical errors, any Oxford commas, send them to me.
There's no other specific comments at this time. I'll open it up to public comment specifically on this agenda item. If you wish to make public comment, may do so now. And online, chambers, close public comment, back to council discussion.
Definitely interested to hear more about the grant program. Will come on this.
Yes, and we will talk about that in the next item. Thing? Okay, great.
Being in compliance with state. laws.
Easy one first.
Is it? Have a motion?
Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve ordinance 2319 on first reading.
Been moved to approve by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Skripsek. Adrian, is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Held. Palenko.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Skripchek, Adrian.
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Oh,
Me,
Burley.
Yes. My
Uh,
apologies.
That item passes on first reading. Thank you. Next up, agenda item number 2. This is first reading of ordinance 23-18. An ordinance amending chapter 124 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning public health and safety by adding a new Article 4 thereto concerning a prohibition on the sale or distribution of single-use plastics. I'll open up the public hearing. Turn over to staff.
Still me. I'm still here. All right, so back again to talk about single-use plastic reduction within the town. It's been a hot topic recently. First reading ordinance 2318. So really quickly, just to go back to why we're doing this, of course, we know that there are major issues with every stage of life with the plastic, with single-use plastic, everything from oil extraction to all the way to the disposal. This picture here is actually from a recent trailhead cleanup that we just did up at North 10 Mile. So these bottles aren't always making it to the recycling, unfortunately. We know that this ordinance aligns with our goals in the strategic plan and the climate action plan in terms of waste reduction. And just overall, our big overarching goal, of course, is to reduce unnecessary consumption of single-use plastics within the town. So same timeline as you saw in the last ordinance, since we were discussing originally, those two things all bundled together have since been split out into 2 ordinances. So first time we talked about this was November 8th. We talked about the state legislation and policy options to reduce single-use plastic, kind of a big, broad discussion about all of our different options, what other towns and counties are doing. Returned on March 14th to talk about a little bit of clarification in that state legislation, as well as really dive in a little bit more into some of those other examples of local plastics ordinances. And then some details on other single-use plastic water bottle bans and skip the stuff policies. And then from that discussion, we have our first reading tonight, and it has these main elements in it. So we have skip the stuff, which is of course provision of a single-use serviceware by request only. That would be effective on signing. Ban of provision or sale of single-use plastic water bottles and single-use plastic cups in municipal facilities, events, or events under a special event permit. That would be also effective on signing. A ban on sale or distribution of polystyrene products at restaurants as of January 1, 2024. And ban on sale. That should not say prohibition, apologies. That should say ban on sale or provision of single-use plastic water bottles under 1 gallon. There's your big typo. So I just have a couple of slides to go through these really quickly here, but I would love to focus mostly on discussion this evening, so I won't spend too long on this. So skip the stuff. Pretty simple. We did talk about this at length in our last work session. So essentially, if I go to order takeout, if I'm on the phone, if I'm online or I'm in person, I can only get those single-use to-go items, condiments, utensils, napkins, if I request them, or if a restaurant is providing them in a self-serve station. That's totally fine. This would be effective upon signing. There are, of course, exemptions. Self-service station is one of them. Meals provided as part of social service to vulnerable populations is another. And any accessories that would be used by food delivery service to prevent spills and ensure safety if you don't want anyone to get burned. The municipal facility restrictions. So this is putting restrictions on ourselves first. This would be effective on signing as well. We have already done a lot of this. We don't really provide single-use plastic bottles at most of our events. We only have plastic cups in a very few instances. I also apologize, in your staff report, it did say this would affect Island Grill. We are actually not allowed to do that yet. So put a hold on that one. Since this only affects leased and operated spaces, Island Grill, that's a project for later. We can change, and Thad, help me out here if I get this wrong, but possible after July 1 of 2024, but also needs to be written into the lease. Is that correct?
So it will be effective July 1 of 2024.
Okay,
But to cause it to happen before that, as not a regulatory matter, but through leasing, we would have had to make it provisional lease that is already in effect.
okay, got it. Thank you. Yes, we can.
Lease renewal.
All right, of course, exemptions for this, any cases of emergency as deemed by our town manager, should we have something major happen that would make our public drinking water unfit for consumption and we are not able to get potable water in another manner. The polystyrene ban, this one aligns exactly with the PPRA through the state. So this is a ban on sale or distribution of polystyrene containers at any restaurant starting January 1 of 2024. See this delightful picture over here, makes these meals look just so appetizing. There is, of course, if a restaurant has purchased containers that are polystyrene prior to January 1st, they are allowed to distribute those until the supply is depleted, even if it's after January 1st, 2024. And then our single-use plastic water bottle ban, looking at the ban on sale or provision of single-use plastic water bottles under 1 gallon effective July 1st, 2024, in alignment with that date, in alignment with the state act. And this would apply to any business or other commercial enterprise. Now we're going to talk about that grant program. So by changing the language in our bag fee and bag ban ordinance, that does allow us to use those remitted bag fees to create a small grant program. This could assist any small business that is wanting to switch from disposables to a reusable. Say Island Grill wants to switch to reusable cups, and we're able to help them get a dishwasher. I don't believe they currently have a dishwasher, which is a major hurdle in making that switch. This grant could help them out with that. It could help out if a restaurant currently gave out exclusively disposable to-go containers and they wanted to try a reusable, a durable, like we did at the Day Lodge for people that are in fact dining in. We could help them out with that. Just some examples there. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for that to help make some good change in town. Those are all my slides, so happy to answer some questions. Good discussion.
Questions for Hillary?
I think when I left the last work session, I was under the understanding that the plastic water bottle ban would only apply to businesses with 2 or more locations in the state of Colorado.
I remember that actually.
So
I'm just, sorry.
Can I respond to that? Is that okay? So that restriction is within that state act. It is not about plastic water bottles. It is just, that's how they describe the retail establishments that the bag fees apply to under the state. Now, our bag fees are already more broad than that. But that was the language in that act. That's helpful.
I think the conversation was around people buying large cases of water.
I mean, not for me, it was always a single to a case to anything under a gallon in size, no matter how it comes. Has always been my.
I just thought.
I would agree. I remember distinctly that we were talking about small businesses would be affected if those who had more than 2 locations. It was still focus more on big boxes and, you know, change the people from buying cases. That's, I remember that distinctly, and that was, you know, that's different from this. That is an issue, that was an issue for me.
So let's go. Any more questions? And we'll be public comment, then we'll get this discussion in case there's public comment. We also want to entertain it. Further questions for Hillary?
Two easy ones probably. On the skip the stuff, the restaurant can ask if you request, right? Meaning you phone in, you call in your order. Can the restaurant say, do you need utensils? That's
Mhm.
no problem there, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And with the municipal provision, our rule, our in-house rule is just no plastic cups. But that doesn't preclude either the metal that we're currently seeming to use or paper, right?
Right, no, we can use anything else. Obviously reusable is the best choice, but if we can't do that, then another option, paper or aluminum or, yeah, something else.
One more question. We had talked about like an educational campaign and a market ad campaign to go along with this type of ordinance. I'm just wondering where we are on that.
Would that be for like promoting our tap water or what do you imagine?
We had all the conversations about putting the things in the airport and that, you know, educating people a little bit more. Cause for me, like this type of ordinance would take, and I've said this a few times, it would take that educational piece, that community outreach.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we'd have to start with talking to our small businesses with whatever we decide this evening. And in second reading, we would start by doing outreach to those businesses and really making sure everyone understands what the requirements are. And then from there, I would be happy to work with our communications team to develop a really strong marketing campaign for.
Yeah, and I was thinking also just like an educational campaign for the community. Like, how do we express what we're trying to do here in the best way? Besides just this meeting, I guess, because I thought we had talked about like getting a.
I think
I maybe I.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Spend resources on something we haven't passed.
But I think we will. We will if this passes.
I mean, it's hard for me to pass something if I don't know how the end goal, for something like this, I just feel like there's a lot of, passion with it, you know? And it's, from my perspective within the community, there's been a lot of confusion. And it would just, I mean, I think it would be helpful if we reached out to the community more. I mean, we don't have to do that, but we should.
That can absolutely be a part of, but yes, as
So I was
you
just
said.
making sure. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Is our tap water safe to drink?
Yes.
Will refillable bottles be available for sale in our local businesses?
I can't mandate that a business sells refillable bottles. Yes. Yeah.
Water in cans and other.
That is something that I foresee being available, but I can't. I have not had that conversation with Walmart, if that's your question, whether or not they will be providing cases of canned water. It's something that sounds very reasonable to me, but I can't confirm.
Are those containers more environmentally friendly?
Than a plastic water bottle. They are certainly more recyclable than a plastic water bottle. It's also much easier for people to understand what to do with a can than a plastic water bottle. That being said, it does still need to get to the right place. Yes.
Be a little bit of a devil's advocate when she showed us that picture of the plastic bottles, there was also cans in it.
Yeah.
I mean, just,
It's true.
you know.
And we can always ask questions. during this.
Do you have an idea of how much the grants could be for businesses?
I have an idea of how much the total pot of money could be. I don't have I don't have the grant details lined out yet. And you'll see in the budget as well, we are projecting $100,000 of bag fees remitted to the town in 2024.
And then at this time, I'll open this particular agenda item up for public comment. If you wish public comment may do so now. Please state your name, address for the record. Come on up to the podium if you would, please.
My name is Jed Callan. I'm a resident just down the block, 93 Sunset Drive. My wife and I are full-time residents. My daughter and son-in-law are full-time residents in Peak One. They have two children, my granddaughters, full-time residents. I think I speak for all of them. And I'm here to support this ban, and I'm not going to try to add facts because you have staff reports and have heard from people. But I will say that it is shocking to me that we think it makes sense either environmentally or energy-wise or any other way to bottle water in Poland Springs, Maine, put it on a truck and drive it across the country and up the mountains so we could drink one quick bottle of water and throw away the bottle. I mean, the bottle itself, of course, takes petroleum and is a disposal problem. And we have good potable water here. So, in all those ways, and especially the transportation, which most people don't focus on, it's ridiculous. Thank goodness Fiji water isn't necessarily from Fiji. But many of these other brands come from far away, and that's ludicrous to drag it here. Probably not any better water than you can refill your water bottle at a water fountain or a bottle fill place, or if you're a renter and a visitor, the tap. And not only that, we'll sell more reusable water bottles with Frisco written on them if we do this. So for many, many reasons, I'm strongly in support of this. Thank you.
Come on up, please.
Hi, everybody. Dave Axelrod, owner of Highside Brewing. Yeah, our water is great, by the way. We make the beer out of it and it's fantastic. Also, if you dig into this subject a little deeper, bottled water is atrocious. Most of it served throughout the world is worse, way worse, in fact, than our water here in Frisco. So there's the environmental degradation that you're talking about. You're really, I mean, you're just, you might as well just take a plastic bottle, sell air and sell mountain air to people. And that's going to be healthier than the bottled water that people are selling. So this ban, I fully support. As a business owner, I don't want to make money off of making our planet worse. We make our living here because this place is gorgeous and we need to maintain that. And this will help that. If people are against it, they need to come up with a better business plan. Basically, there's a lot better ways to make money than selling single-use plastic. And formerly, I also ran my own short-term rental. And the amount of plastic that I would see going into the garbage, even though I had recycling put out everywhere, was just awful. And, cans are bad as well. Having, the option for renewable, having a great water bottle that you use over and over and wash is the best way to do it. Cans are terrible environmentally as well, even though they do get into recycling, but I fully support this ban and hope that you guys do as well.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ginny Bradley. I know many of you. I'm a 32-year resident of Frisco. I'm going to just take a little tack different. I totally support the ban. I just want to, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but it's a bit of a pipe dream in terms of economic impact, especially for the big box stores. And that I looked at this afternoon, there's between a 400 and 4,000% markup on water. So it costs 2 cents to make 2 liters of water. And that's marked up to 23 cents, and those are outdated figures, but the reality is that it's a huge moneymaker. 25% of the bottled water is tap. And a lot of those companies that are using those tap are big corporations like Pepsi and Coke. And we don't want to mess with the big corporations. But the reality is that the resistance around a lot of this is economic. And that is because major companies are making huge amount of money on selling water. To Axe's point, you could be selling air. It doesn't cost much. And then again, in a variety of examples, folks are filling up and selling water from the tap. Now that'd be great because we have good water, but in Detroit, they're selling bad water out of and bottling it and saying it's good water. So again, I just caution you to think both environmentally, which I know that's the major stump here, but also economically, is that who's getting rich off of bottled water? Not us. And the consequence to the environment is huge. So again, just look at the whole picture. Again, I hope you make the right decision. Thanks.
Push your way up.
Here, I'll take that.
I'm West One. This in physical China Szechuan. We do sell the bottled water, but not that much. Just for some people, they really want it. Like for the kid, they want to mix the formula. So we have to give them that. Otherwise, they say, I don't want to tap water. So we try to use less plastic, anything as we can. But something we just still have to use it. So, and then if we don't use it, they're going to be like, ask you for the to-go cup, lid, and straw. So it's going to create more stress anyway. So that's all. Thank you.
Public comment, yes.
Hi, I'm Jen Shank. I'm a resident at 792 Pitkin Street. And I just wanted to talk for a minute about the recyclability that's come up of plastic water bottles versus aluminum cans and things. So for reasons that are not entirely clear, only 30%, in fact, less than 30% of single-use plastic water bottles are recycled in the US. In Summit County, I hope it's a little bit higher number, but it's less than 30%. And when you take that and you compare it to aluminum cans, in the US, we're recycling aluminum cans at a rate of closer to 50%. And as Hillary has already said, aluminum, in fact, is infinitely recyclable. And to further compound that, most single-use plastic water bottles are actually downcycled. And when we say that in the recycling industry, what we mean is that most plastic water bottles actually aren't made back into plastic water bottles for a variety of reasons. But what often happens is that those products become things like carpet or upholstery or your Patagonia shirt, which is cool, but you know, the next stop for my Patagonia shirt is straight to the landfill. Whereas if you look at aluminum can, and I feel strongly that Walmart and everyone else will be selling cases of water in aluminum cans, and that's a super viable option. And I thank the town for considering this. I think it's a huge leadership opportunity. I think once people get past that initial transition, like with the plastic bag fee and now ban, I think people are going to be really excited about it and really look to Frisco and say, oh, wow, I visited Frisco and this is what they're doing. I had to bring my own water bottle. And if I forgot, I had to buy it in an aluminum can. But I think that's actually a real memory maker. And I thank you for taking this leadership opportunity.
There's in chamber, anyone online should make public comment. Fine. Other comments in chambers, I'll close public comment and back now to council discussion. Go for it. I know you're ready.
I'm definitely very much in support of this grant program behind the bag fees. I don't know how realistic it is to say put a dishwasher in at the Island Grill, because those things cost up to $8,000 or so, for a commercial dishwasher. But we might help the Island Grill get another form of cups or whatever that they're gonna end up using. You know, Axel probably knows well that aluminum is difficult nowadays. It is more expensive. It's harder to get. You know, there's a shortage amongst canning for that. So, you know, there's definitely an issue there. I'm not saying that, you know, it's not what we're gonna use, but we should also be aware of that. And then, if we enact this ban, actually, how about if we don't enact this ban? I think it's wholly important that we supply outside water filling stations for events, for full-time outside on Main Street, and whatnot. It's like the only way that we're gonna really promote people to bring their, or carry their own bottles and all, is we have to provide water for them. You know, and so, that I think is wholly important to our mission here. Not just in buildings. People don't go in buildings looking for how they can fill that stuff up. It's that these things are available out there. I've seen them in Crested Butte and other mountain towns where they're doing outside. The small business exemption, I was really hopeful for, because that was for initially when we first started talking about this, important to me, in that you know, most small businesses shouldn't be negatively impacted. Granted, water bottles shouldn't necessarily impact too many businesses as it is. Bag fees, on the other hand, can impact a bunch of businesses. And, you know, I do know that, like, you know, where a local restaurant was paying $75 for a bag is now looking at $1.50 to $2.50 for reusable bags of their own, of cloth or that sort of thing. They're not getting paper and they're not getting plastic and all. And so, you know, that's where this grant program could hopefully offset some of that. And that's how we should be treating the small businesses. If we enact something like this, then we're gonna provide and we're gonna subsidize the impact on them. You know, but the impact on Walmart and the impact on Whole Foods and Safeway and Vitamin Cottage, you know, they are all operating in other towns that have this ban already with other options of cases of water. I do also have to say, Lisa, our water, I recently did a water tour here. We actually have most likely the best water in this country. It's starting above here. It's not coming from the molybdenum mine, right? Our water is primarily coming from North 10 Mile. We add chlorine because we have to make it safe. If you pour a glass of water, you can put it on the counter and chlorine will dissipate within a couple minutes. Again, bottled water, plenty of bottled water is right out of Road Lake, Michigan or wherever, or they're depleting the aquifers from the Midwest in order to be able to supply this. So, so with that, I'll open it up to you guys. You guys take it and I'll jump back.
You're in full support, it sounded like,
Well,
because we have the best water in the world.
There,
So why waste it in a plastic bottle that's dangerous? Go ahead, Lisa.
So I'm having a problem with the small business argument because I could be wrong, but I don't know of any small business. Sorry, I always forget to stay clear. I don't know of any small business that is a substantial amount of their income. But, you know, I know a couple of businesses that put out a cooler, you know, they sell other stuff, they put out a cooler and they sell bottles that they get at Costco or whatever for $1. So they put in a can of water and they'll sell that for $2 or $3, right? I just don't buy that argument. To me, this is a no-brainer. Plastic is bad. Just bad. And our water is great and and I like the idea of having water filling stations because I just love whenever I go anywhere and they have that. But the people who buy cases of water are gonna now buy cases of canned or those other containers of water. Hopefully we'll get some of them to switch to refillable, but there are options. We're not trying to keep people from drinking water. It's so important to drink it here. We're just asking them to do it in a different way and a safer way for all of us. That's all.
I would like to acknowledge the letters that we all received in our emails, and I did just read them. And there were some against and there were some in support. And I'm not gonna name all the names on there because we just got a bunch of different letters. But I wanted to acknowledge that they're there and we're paying attention.
feel like it might be an interesting idea to think of that small business grant money. What if a small business wanted to install one of those refillable water stations outside at their business? Would there be, some way for to offset that cost? Or is there a way to help small businesses like earlier we were talking about like the metal trays of the, but again, like there's a lot of things that, there's a lot of opportunity there, I guess, to dig into some of those things. I do know that, sacrificing the well-being of our natural environment is not the way to go. And so much of our economy's been based on, what makes money, I think everyone's saying. But I would just like to see, this is a thing, a cultural thing. And sometimes if we step out of our own community and look at what it's like to enter into where we are, people, that's why I push that educational piece and all those things, because, even with bags, how can we get more people to bring their backpacks with them when they go places, and you don't even have to sell them a bag. They just put it in their own bag, how do we get that to change culturally? How are we gonna set the standard for that? I guess is where I would really like to go next, because we're doing this ordinance, but then there's also this other piece where we can walk the talk, I guess.
And I don't know what happened, but I know when we started a lot of the water education from the town, we had looked into outdoor fill stations, and I can't even remember where that conversation went or why it ended, but too cold.
Lake Jackson has it. How do we have outdoor?
It probably the entire exterior of the whole area around it. But I think I'm fully, I'm with you. I think we should look at that. And we had talked about if a small business, this was our first generation of this conversation, was if a small business wanted to install one, or any business wanted to install one, we would try to figure out a way to help subsidize that and have a water map of town to be like, hey, here's where you can go and refill a water bottle while you're out on your bike, or when you're out walking around, when you're done at the museum. Here it is,
I love that.
go fill up your water at one of these water friendly businesses. And that's how we, there's so many ideas with this, the bag fee money and everything else we have to make huge impact to benefit the business.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm in full support of continuing. I think the outreach and the education is massive. We have to do that. We've done that. I think that's something I'm not as worried about, because I feel like we've done that really well with everything we've done when we roll out something big. And I know the communications team is awesome and they've gotten better. I mean, look at the communication that we put out on this particular agenda item alone beforehand, I think created a lot more conversation, a lot more interaction amongst all of us in the community. And we got national attention for it, right? Because we're out there and we're being open to what we're trying to do. So I don't have any concerns about the education piece if this passes. I think we're really good at that part.
Okay.
And I know our staff has often walked Main Street and Summit Boulevard to communicate to all the business owners of what's coming and how can we help you adjust to these changes. So that part I have faith in. And again, as Andy said, the water in my water bottle, which is free, the town gives these away if you want one. Cooler logo, it's kind of faded a little bit, it's well used. This water was snow 3 months ago. No one else can say that, right? Once we're done with our water, somebody else has to go use it, but no one's used our water before us. We get to use it first, right? And the fact that I think there's a misconception of what we're doing. We're not banning water. We're not banning the sale of water. We're simply saying you cannot buy water in a plastic container. that's it. Like, everybody will still be able to provide 12 ounces of water in a package, as long as that package is not plastic. And the options out there are plenty. We're not creating something new. The market is there. We're not encumbering any business, big or small. It might be hard for Walmart to change up some of the delivery patterns and everything else. They've got people for that. They've got computer systems for that. But all we're saying is, don't put it in plastic. And if somebody, as was in public comment from Gene, if somebody's willing to spend a $4,000% premium on their drink, 20% premium, because the aluminum can cost a tiny bit more, they're proving that the cost of that water to them is not important, right? And also, I bet 90% of the places around town, if you walked in with a water bottle and say, can I fill this up? I don't know a single business that would say no, unless you're really swamped. Obviously, if you got a line at the counter, it's not, but we're not putting impediments to anything. We're actually saying, hey, this is our values. This isn't necessary because there's so many options. I've been on the phone a lot the past 2 days with people who said, this is unfair. Why not Coke? Why not liquor? Why not everything? Because we don't have taps for all of that in our houses, in all of our restaurants, and in all of our small businesses, but we all have water taps. It would be awesome. If I had a tap in my house to one of Axe's beers, it would be, we're working on it, but we did public, but we're not there. But why I feel so confident in what we're doing and what we're trying to do is that every single person has access to the best water in the world when they're in Frisco. And we're not limiting that in any way. We're just limiting the plastic delivery of that water in our community. And to me, I sincerely hope we get this passed, because this is going to be the gauntlet we're throwing down to every other mountain town that's in the same situation, right? We have to set the bar of what's important. And this is one of those places we're so out front. One of the biggest hangups for me is, I think a year's too long. I would love to be sooner and bring on the lawsuits for it, because they're not going to. Right? They didn't sue us when we outlawed plastic bags, when it was illegal to do that in the town. And when we had our plastic bag ban, that was against state law. And did we get sued? Did we go out of business? Did all of our small businesses go out of business? No. So for me, that would be the only amendment I would switch, but I'd prefer to get this passed and let it be a year and save Thad's anxiety on that side. I think too, and I think it goes back to all of our shared frustration and so many things we discuss, is that people read the headline, they freak out and they call us like, why are you banning water? I mean, one of the emails we got that we're banning the right to drink water in our community is preposterous and unbelievable. Like, you have to read beyond the headlines. And I think we're doing such a good job at trying to communicate more, but that's where so much of the misinformation is that we're banning water. We are not banning anything, we're banning plastic. That's all we're banning in this conversation. I have a lot more to say if we need to, but I'll let others.
I want to start, actually, that you started this conversation. You're a long time ago, and I'm glad it's finally here. So thank you for driving it to this point. I do believe in it. I've become a bigger believer because of the alternatives that are available. And I did spend time this weekend with a guy whose career, he owned the company that made the plastic water bottles. And his message to me at the end of the conversation was, beverage suppliers supply beverages. The vessel that it comes in is secondary. As long as they can get their product on the shelf, that's what matters to them. And water can come free out of the tap. I'm not a big believer. I mean, this is water out of the tap. A filling station and a tap seem the same to me. If I will say straight up, if we have to feel like we need filling stations because of some hyperosmosis filtration system, then this is not a good idea.
Glorified tap.
Our water, that's what I mean. A filling station is a tap. Every business already has a filling station. Now, whether your water bottle fits under it or not can be a point of frustration, but that's something we can address. So I'm not, I just, and I probably said it before, I apologize if I have. I spend a lot of time in disaster areas where some very generous beer companies show up literally with tractor trailers full of cans of water. They turn off their beer machines and they just fill the cans with water. And that's what we distribute because that's what we're given. But, you know, so the system exists to provide us with an alternative vessel for our water. However many months or years ago, we put a bag ban in. What would have happened, the conversation, if we said we're banning bags? We're not banning plastic, we're not charging for paper, we're making it illegal for retailers to give people bags. We never would have had the guts to do that, but Walmart did. And Walmart's still open. People have adjusted. I'm not, I'm sure there's our visitors come into our town, they go to Walmart, they fill their cart, and they have figured out a way to get that stuff into their car and into their rental. So they'll do the same with water. It'll evolve. I love that Breckenridge, I don't actually know where they are in the process, but have they passed it? So we're joining our community members in doing this. We have the opportunity to message through everybody that visits here, gets an email saying you're coming. Maybe we do encourage, I wouldn't want to mandate it with law, but maybe we encourage our short-term rentals and our hotels to notify people that this is a part of our community. You're coming to Frisco, you're coming to Summit County because we're better. You're paying all that money to come to a place you've decided is better than where you are, because this is where you want to go when you are on vacation. This is what makes it better. And I am actually very excited about this. I agree. In a perfect world, we would do this faster, but I like the idea of eliminating that risk. So thank you, Hunter, for driving us to this point.
Let's also just make clear with PFAS in our wells, those wells are not, that's not what you guys are drinking off of. It's not off of well number 7. I actually challenge other towns and municipalities to test their water for PFAS. And this is one of the big things, is that only because we are testing now can we find it. If you don't test, you don't find it, and then it just doesn't exist. Not how it works.
Thoughts, concerns, motions?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 23-18.
Move to approve by Councilmember Aronson. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Holenko. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call a question, please.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Holenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripчик, Adrian,
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Passes on first reading. Thank you all for public comment and engaging. Next up this evening is agenda item number 3. This is a new hotel and restaurant liquor license application. Summit Thai LLC DBA, doing business as Summit Thai. Open up the public hearing. Turn it over to our town clerk.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stacy Nell, your town clerk for the record. Just here this evening to present Summit Thai LLC. This evening you have multiple representatives from this restaurant, but Lance Trailer is here to speak on behalf of the business. They submitted a timely application with proper fees, and it's still in concurrent review with the state. But this happens quite often where they're reviewing it at the same time, and really they're just kind of waiting for your check off. Summit Thai LLC is physically located in the strip between Walmart and Safeway. So it's 842 Summit Boulevard, Unit 19A. And it's a hotel and restaurant license. So just to review with you again, that is the most common license that you tend to see. It's on-premise consumption only. They can later apply for an $11 takeout and delivery permit. There's rules surrounding that, but they do need to get the regular license first. It provides beer, wine, and liquor. So all three, they don't have to serve all three, but the license does provide the opportunity to do so. And yeah, what other questions do you have for me? They did submit a petition, but I know our hearing officer, our town attorney might be asking more about that in a sec. So But do you need any other information from me at this time about their application? There's materials in your packets.
Jason,
Okay.
did you have your questions?
I
for the
did.
applicant?
He's gonna ask you a question.
Sure.
Trailer, good evening.
Hello.
I know that part of your application, you have submitted a liquor license petition concerning the reasonable need desire to go out to the previous store. Another liquor license down, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks to me as though you signed an affidavit of circulation, as did an individual named Keto Walker.
Yes, she's more commonly known as Few, one of our J1 visa workers that actually is currently staying in our home with us. I barely left the restaurant to get the signatures. We've been so busy, and she was one of the girls that helped push the signatures and asked people, you know, do you live in Frisco? Do you own a business in Frisco? And was very good with helping with getting signatures. She's not. She's actually working at Safeway at the moment.
For your part, can you testify that to the best of your knowledge, each of the signatures on the petition that you solicited
Mhm.
was provided by a person who was 21 years of age or older at the time, and either a resident of Frisco or owner or manager of the business of Frisco?
Unless they lied to me, yes.
I understand, that the petition circulator is not here to testify. But it sounds to me, so based on your testimony just now, that she was given instruction about what the qualifications of the individual.
Correct.
were.
Yes.
And you have knowledge of her having received that.
Yes, unless there's any misunderstandings between her and the person signing the petition, that should all be correct.
Thank you, sir, that's all.
Of course.
Any need with this application, chief, background checks and fingerprinting and such? Sorry, calling them from the cheap seats.
That is one of the owners.
And he's in Thailand.
He's in Thailand.
Okay, so anyway, I approved Yakwat Suntis, a criminal history. Apparently he's in Thailand now. It's good to go.
So much. The drama was good on that. I appreciate that.
So I can provide a little bit of background. So if you own at least 10% of the business, that is the only reason that you are subject to a fingerprint-based criminal history background check. And that was one of the two that were checked. The other one was totally clear. This one, we needed to obtain a letter of no concern from chief. That is in your materials packet. So just to explain a little background on that.
Here this evening wishing to speak on support of this application. Or online.
You don't have to, but you can if you want.
I don't know if they're gonna have much to say.
Okay.
Is there anyone speaking in opposition of this application this evening? Come to the podium or notify yourself online. Seeing none, back to any council questions, comments.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the application for a new hotel restaurant liquor license for Summit Thai LLC doing business as Doma located at 842.
No, doing business.
Is
The other
that-
way around? No, here. Summit Thai doing business as Summit Thai.
Okay, cool. Summit Thai doing business as Summit Thai LLC located at 842 Summit Boulevard, Unit 19, Frisco, Colorado, for the following reasons. The publication of the notice of hearing and posting of the premises were accomplished according to the statutory requirements. No public or partial school and no parochial, thank you, no principal campus of any college, university, or seminary is within 250 feet of the premises. The applicant is entitled to occupancy of the premises by virtue of a lease. The premises is located is located is in a zone district that permits the sale of alcohol beverages. Neither this location nor any location within 500 feet of this location has been denied an application for the same class of license within the past 2 years. The grounds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and desires of the adult inhabitants were satisfied by existing outlets. All applicants and fees required by statute have been filed and paid. This authority finds the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood are not met by existing outlets and that the owner of the corporate applicant is a person of good moral character, and a public hearing has been held. And we, as the authority, has considered the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and desires of the adult inhabitants as evidenced by the record, the number, type, and availability of alcoholic beverage outlet, location in or near the neighborhood under consideration, and all other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed.
And move to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Held. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held, yes, Palinka,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian.
Yes.
The application's been approved. Congratulations. And outside of the proper hearing of the liquor license, Lance and family and everyone else, welcome to town. We're super excited you guys are here. I think we've had many conversations back here about how often we all go to your restaurant. So thank you for being here. You're doing great business and we're glad you're a part of this community and we look forward to many more delicious meals with drinks. So.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm sorry to keep you from your business this evening, but appreciate it. Next up is old businesses, agenda item number 4. This is second reading ordinance 23-13 and ordinance amending chapter 65 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado concerning building construction and housing standards by amending section 65-1 concerning standards adopted by reference to adopt by reference the NFPA 70 National Electric Code 2023 edition and to provide penalties for the violation thereof. I'll open up the public hearing, turn over to staff. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This is second reading for ordinance 23-13, which is an ordinance to adopt by reference NFPA 70, doing business as the 2023 National Electric Code. This is the electrical codes are updated every 3 years and are initially adopted by the state electrical board, and then adoption of this ordinance would keep the town's construction codes current and in line with the state plumbing board. So staff does recommend adoption of this ordinance 23-13. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions? Anyone make public comment on this particular agenda item? None. Public comment, back to council discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance 23-13.
Move to approve by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Skripchak, Adrian. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian.
Yes.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Palinka. Incan.
Yes. Passes.
Great.
Doing business as or not.
Thank you, council.
Next up this evening's agenda, item number 5. This is an executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move to executive session pertinent to section 24-6-204 (4) A CRS concerning the potential purchase of certain real property and the potential sale of other real property, each for affordable housing purposes, and pertinent to sections 24-6-402 (4) E CRS to determine positions relevant to matters subject to negotiations to instruct negotiators concerning the potential purchase or real sale of said property.
Been moved to enter an executive session. Second. Held there. Discussion. Call the question, please.
Incan.
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian. Yes. Aaronson,
Sure.
Burley,
Yes.
Palenko.
Yeah.
What?